The All Kenyan Moot Court Competition is the premier national moot court competition that is organized by Kenyatta University School of Law students. Now in its 12th edition, the AKMCC brings together all law students from across the country to research, make written and oral submissions on a hypothetical moot question that is always themed at a topical national issue, particularly in the field of human rights, rule of law, and good governance. This year, the competition prides itself for having attracted the highest number of teams in its 12-year history.
AKMCC has allowed these students to grow their public speaking, advocacy, research, and various skills together with their knowledge on various human rights issues in our country. Through its partnerships, AKMCC has allowed the knowledge of various professionals to bring perspective to much needed issues in our country through the moot, research, and conference categories. AKMCC has truly gotten better year after year, having been graced by various renowned individuals in the legal profession, and this year is no different.
The 12th edition of the All Kenyan Moot Court Competition transcends mere tradition. It embarks on a journey to look into the intricate connection between human rights issues. The theme, Sustainable Governance, unveiling the intersection between tax burden, good governance, and the protection of human rights, sets ground for the profound exploration of legal issues and their implication on the society. In response to the escalating imposition of taxes by the Kenyan government in order to alleviate foreign debt and to bolster government revenue, the competition seeks to scrutinize the multifaceted consequences on individuals' livelihoods and the socioeconomic rights amidst inadequate governance.
At the core of this, the competition recognizes that taxation is a social good necessary for the citizens to access basic services. However, it also recognizes that the current taxation has allegedly undermined the citizens' ability to access basic needs such as food and housing due to the high cost of living. By addressing this concern, AKMCC aims to cultivate a sustainable and inclusive governance for a prosperous future.
Access to information is the cornerstone to any thriving democracy. The 12th edition of the All Kenyan Moot Court Competition will explore how access to information and transparency contributes to good governance, informed decision-making, and accountability in the context of tax policies. Participants will examine how easy access to government information ensures responsible and responsive governance while upholding human rights.
Drawing inspiration from Article 11 of the International Covenant on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights, this area highlights the right to housing, food and clothing as the integral aspects of adequate standard of living. In the 12th edition, we shall seek to draw a nexus between high taxation and the realization of socio-economic rights. In particular, we shall try and highlight how high taxation influences the realization of socio-economic rights. We shall therefore try and strike a balance between revenue generation and the continuous realization of socio-economic rights.
Sustainability in governance and economics. The concept of sustainability, which encompasses both social and economic dimensions, occupies a pivotal role in AKMCC. Participants will embark on the exploration of the long-term consequences of governmental decisions on tax burden, while also evaluating the potential ramifications for future generations. By dissecting the social and economic aspects of sustainability, the competition will appraise how tax policies can be implemented and designed to ensure that sustainable development is achieved while also concurrently upholding human rights.
Transparency, accountability, and eradicating corruption. Woven as a fundamental thread throughout AKMCC, transparency and accountability will be examined within the context of tax policies and their cascading effects. The competition will undertake a meticulous analysis of issues such as corruption and mismanagement of funds, endeavoring to unearth how these practices corrode good governance and hinder the realization and promotion of human rights. In an emphatic acknowledgement of the role of accountability measures, the competition will chart pathways to enhance transparency and counter financial impropriety.
AKMCC's scope extends beyond the core theme to encompass the following areas of vital interest. 1. Good governance and public participation. What does it mean to have good governance? Anchored in Article 10 of the Kenyan Constitution, governance embodies the decision-making process by state organs in order to influence decision-making. AKMCC seeks to analyze the impact of taxation on citizens' socio-economic rights. Additionally, AKMCC will analyze the impact of public participation on the citizens' decision-making process. It will also analyze the impact this has on good governance.
The right to protest and police brutality during protest. In response to the high cost of living, citizens were seen marching in the streets protesting against the high cost of living. In retaliation, the government deployed police officers to control the situation, resulting in police brutality. The 12th edition of the All Kenyan Moot Court competition will delve into the legal dimensions surrounding the right to protest, the limit on government intervention, and the protection of human rights during this protest. Further, the competition will seek to analyze the balance between maintaining public order and protecting human rights during this protest.
IT, data protection, and human rights. Lastly, the competition will consider the intersection between technology, data protection, and human rights, considering the implications of government policies on citizens' data privacy and autonomy. Participants will examine on how the use of technology, data collection, and surveillance impact human rights. They will propose legal frameworks that ensure data protection while promoting technological advancements.
The competition aspires to unravel the intricate connections between sustainable governance, tax burden, and the protection of human rights. Through this competition, we hope to cultivate a culture of sustainable and inclusive governance through the promotion of human rights and sustainable development in Kenya. As we embark on this intellectual journey, let us embrace the spirit of legal excellence, innovation, and inclusivity that defines the All Kenyan Moot Court competition.
We look forward to seeing you in the 12th edition of the All Kenyan Moot Court competition.
The All Kenyan Moot Court competition is the premier national moot court competition that is organized by Kenyatta University School of Law students. Now in its 12th edition, the AKMCC brings together all law students from across the country to research, make written and oral submissions on a hypothetical moot question that is always themed at a topical national issue, particularly in the field of human rights, rule of law, and good governance. This year, the competition prides itself for having attracted the highest number of teams in its 12-year history.
AKMCC has allowed these students to grow their public speaking, advocacy, research, and various skills together with their knowledge on various human rights issues in our country. Through its partnerships, AKMCC has allowed the knowledge of various professionals to bring perspective to much needed issues in our country through the moot, research, and conference categories. AKMCC has truly gotten better year after year, having been graced by various renowned individuals in the legal profession, and this year is no different.
The 12th edition of the All Kenyan Moot Court competition transcends mere tradition. It embarks on a journey to look into the intricate connection between human rights issues. The theme, Sustainable Governance, unveiling the intersection between tax burden, good governance, and the protection of human rights, sets ground for the profound exploration of legal issues and their implication on the society. In response to the escalating imposition of taxes by the Kenyan government in order to alleviate foreign debt and to bolster government revenue, the competition seeks to scrutinize the multifaceted consequences on individuals' livelihoods and the socioeconomic rights amidst inadequate governance.
At the core of this, the competition recognizes that taxation is a social good necessary for the citizens to access basic services. However, it also recognizes that the current taxation has allegedly undermined the citizens' ability to access basic needs such as food and housing due to the high cost of living. By addressing this concern, AKMCC aims to cultivate a sustainable and inclusive governance for a prosperous future.
Access to information is the cornerstone to any thriving democracy. The 12th edition of the All Kenyan Moot Court competition will explore how access to information and transparency contributes to good governance, informed decision-making, and accountability in the context of tax policies. Participants will examine how easy access to government information ensures responsible and responsive governance while upholding human rights.
Drawing inspiration from Article 11 of the International Covenant on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights, this area highlights the right to housing, food and clothing as the integral aspects of adequate standard of living. In the 12th edition, we shall seek to draw a nexus between high taxation and the realization of socio-economic rights. In particular, we shall try and highlight how high taxation influences the realization of socio-economic rights. We shall therefore try and strike a balance between revenue generation and the continuous realization of socio-economic rights.
Sustainability in governance and economics. The concept of sustainability, which encompasses both social and economic dimensions, occupies a pivotal role in AKMCC. Participants will embark on the exploration of the long-term consequences of governmental decisions on tax burden, while also evaluating the potential ramifications for future generations. By dissecting the social and economic aspects of sustainability, the competition will appraise how tax policies can be implemented and designed to ensure that sustainable development is achieved while also concurrently upholding human rights.
Transparency, accountability, and eradicating corruption. Woven as a fundamental thread throughout AKMCC, transparency and accountability will be examined within the context of tax policies and their cascading effects. The competition will undertake a meticulous analysis of issues such as corruption and mismanagement of funds, endeavoring to unearth how these practices corrode good governance and hinder the realization and promotion of human rights. In an emphatic acknowledgement of the role of accountability measures, the competition will chart pathways to enhance transparency and counter financial impropriety.
AKMCC's scope extends beyond the core theme to encompass the following areas of vital interest. 1. Good governance and public participation. What does it mean to have good governance? Anchored in Article 10 of the Kenyan Constitution, governance embodies the decision-making process by state organs in order to influence decision-making. AKMCC seeks to analyze the impact of taxation on citizens' socio-economic rights. Additionally, AKMCC will analyze the impact of public participation on the citizens' decision-making process. It will also analyze the impact this has on good governance.
The right to protest and police brutality during protest. In response to the high cost of living, citizens were seen marching in the streets protesting against the high cost of living. In retaliation, the government deployed police officers to control the situation, resulting in police brutality. The 12th edition of the All Kenyan Moot Court competition will delve into the legal dimensions surrounding the right to protest, the limit on government intervention, and the protection of human rights during this protest. Further, the competition will seek to analyze the balance between maintaining public order and protecting human rights during this protest.
IT, data protection, and human rights. Lastly, the competition will consider the intersection between technology, data protection, and human rights, considering the implications of government policies on citizens' data privacy and autonomy. Participants will examine on how the use of technology, data collection, and surveillance impact human rights. They will propose legal frameworks that ensure data protection while promoting technological advancements.
The competition aspires to unravel the intricate connections between sustainable governance, tax burden, and the protection of human rights. Through this competition, we hope to cultivate a culture of sustainable and inclusive governance through the promotion of human rights and sustainable development in Kenya. As we embark on this intellectual journey, let us embrace the spirit of legal excellence, innovation, and inclusivity that defines the All Kenyan Moot Court competition.
We look forward to seeing you in the 12th edition of the All Kenyan Moot Court competition.
The All Kenyan Moot Court competition is the premier national moot court competition that is organized by Kenyatta University School of Law students. Now in its 12th edition, the AKMCC brings together all law students from across the country to research, make written and oral submissions on a hypothetical moot question that is always themed at a topical national issue, particularly in the field of human rights, rule of law, and good governance. This year, the competition prides itself for having attracted the highest number of teams in its 12-year history.
AKMCC has allowed these students to grow their public speaking, advocacy, research, and various skills together with their knowledge on various human rights issues in our country. Through its partnerships, AKMCC has allowed the knowledge of various professionals to bring perspective to much needed issues in our country through the moot, research, and conference categories. AKMCC has truly gotten better year after year, having been graced by various renowned individuals in the legal profession, and this year is no different.
The 12th edition of the All Kenyan Moot Court competition transcends mere tradition. It embarks on a journey to look into the intricate connection between human rights issues. The theme, Sustainable Governance, unveiling the intersection between tax burden, good governance, and the protection of human rights, sets ground for the profound exploration of legal issues and their implication on the society. In response to the escalating imposition of taxes by the Kenyan government in order to alleviate foreign debt and to bolster government revenue, the competition seeks to scrutinize the multifaceted consequences on individuals' livelihoods and the socioeconomic rights amidst inadequate governance.
At the core of this, the competition recognizes that taxation is a social good necessary for the citizens to access basic services. However, it also recognizes that the current taxation has allegedly undermined the citizens' ability to access basic needs such as food and housing due to the high cost of living. By addressing this concern, AKMCC aims to cultivate a sustainable and inclusive governance for a prosperous future.
Access to information is the cornerstone to any thriving democracy. The 12th edition of the All Kenyan Moot Court competition will explore how access to information and transparency contributes to good governance, informed decision-making, and accountability in the context of tax policies. Participants will examine how easy access to government information ensures responsible and responsive governance while upholding human rights.
Drawing inspiration from Article 11 of the International Covenant on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights, this area highlights the right to housing, food and clothing as the integral aspects of adequate standard of living. In the 12th edition, we shall seek to draw a nexus between high taxation and the realization of socioeconomic rights. In particular, we shall try and highlight how high taxation influences the realization of socioeconomic rights. We shall therefore try and strike a balance between revenue generation and the continuous realization of socioeconomic rights.
Sustainability in governance and economics. The concept of sustainability, which encompasses both social and economic dimensions, occupies a pivotal role in AKMCC. Participants will embark on the exploration of the long-term consequences of governmental decisions on tax burden, while also evaluating the potential ramifications for future generations. By dissecting the social and economic aspects of sustainability, the competition will appraise how tax policies can be implemented, and designed to ensure that sustainable development is achieved while also concurrently upholding human rights.
Transparency, accountability, and eradicating corruption. Woven as a fundamental thread throughout AKMCC, transparency and accountability will be examined within the context of tax policies and their cascading effects. The competition will undertake a meticulous analysis of issues such as corruption and mismanagement of funds, endeavoring to unearth how these practices corrode good governance and hinder the realization and promotion of human rights. In an emphatic acknowledgement of the role of accountability measures, the competition will chart pathways to enhance transparency and counter financial impropriety.
AKMCC's scope extends beyond the core theme to encompass the following areas of vital interest. 1. Good governance and public participation. What does it mean to have good governance? Anchored in Article 10 of the Kenyan Constitution, governance embodies the decision-making process by state organs in order to influence decision-making. AKMCC seeks to analyze the impact of taxation on citizens' socio-economic rights. Additionally, AKMCC will analyze the impact of public participation on the citizens' decision-making process. It will also analyze the impact this has on good governance.
The right to protest and police brutality during protest. In response to the high cost of living, citizens were seen marching in the streets protesting against the high cost of living. In retaliation, the government deployed police officers to control the situation, resulting in police brutality. The 12th edition of the All Kenyan Moot competition will delve into the legal dimensions surrounding the right to protest, the limit on government intervention, and the protection of human rights during this protest. Further, the competition will seek to analyze the balance between maintaining public order and protecting human rights during this quest.
IT, data protection, and human rights. Lastly, the competition will consider the intersection between technology, data protection, and human rights, considering the implications of government policies on citizens' data privacy and autonomy. Participants will examine on how the use of technology, data collection, and surveillance impact human rights. They will propose legal frameworks that ensure data protection while promoting technological advancements.
The competition aspires to unravel the intricate connections between sustainable governance, tax burden, and the protection of human rights. Through this competition, we hope to cultivate a culture of sustainable and inclusive governance through the promotion of human rights and sustainable development in Kenya. As we embark on this intellectual journey, let us embrace the spirit of legal excellence, innovation, and inclusivity that defines the All Kenyan Moot Court competition.
We look forward to seeing you in the 12th edition of the All Kenyan Moot Court competition.
The All Kenyan Moot Court competition is the premier national moot court competition that is organized by Kenyatta University School of Law students. Now in its 12th edition, the AKMCC brings together all law students from across the country to research, make written and oral submissions on a hypothetical moot question that is always themed at a topical national issue, particularly in the field of human rights, rule of law, and good governance. This year, the competition prides itself for having attracted the highest number of teams in its 12-year history.
AKMCC has allowed these students to grow their public speaking, advocacy, research, and various skills together with their knowledge on various human rights issues in our country. Through its partnerships, AKMCC has allowed the knowledge of various professionals to bring perspective to much needed issues in our country through the moot, research, and conference categories. AKMCC has truly gotten better year after year, having been graced by various renowned individuals in the legal profession, and this year is no different.
The 12th edition of the All Kenyan Moot Court competition transcends mere tradition. It embarks on a journey to look into the intricate connection between human rights issues. The theme, sustainable governance, Unveiling the intersection between tax burden, good governance, and the protection of human rights sets ground for the profound exploration of legal issues and their implication on the society. In response to the escalating imposition of taxes by the Kenyan government in order to alleviate foreign debt and to bolster government revenue, the competition seeks to scrutinize the multifaceted consequences on individuals' livelihoods and the socioeconomic rights amidst inadequate governance.
At the core of this, the competition recognizes that taxation is a social good necessary for the citizens to access basic services. However, it also recognizes that the current taxation has allegedly undermined the citizens' ability to access basic needs such as food and housing due to the high cost of living. By addressing this concern, AKMCC aims to cultivate a sustainable and inclusive governance for a prosperous future.
Access to information is the cornerstone to any thriving democracy. The 12th edition of the All Kenyan Moot Court competition will explore how access to information and transparency contributes to good governance, informed decision-making, and accountability in the context of tax policies. Participants will examine how easy access to government information ensures responsible and responsive governance while upholding human rights.
Drawing inspiration from Article 11 of the International Covenant on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights, this area highlights the right to housing, food and clothing as the integral aspects of adequate standard of living. In the 12th edition, we shall seek to draw a nexus between high taxation and the realization of socio-economic rights. In particular, we shall try and highlight how high taxation influences the realization of socio-economic rights. We shall therefore try and strike a balance between revenue generation and the continuous realization of socio-economic rights.
Sustainability in governance and economics. The concept of sustainability, which encompasses both social and economic dimensions, occupies a pivotal role in AKMCC. Participants will embark on the exploration of the long-term consequences of governmental decisions on tax burden, while also evaluating the potential ramifications for future generations. By dissecting the social and economic aspects of sustainability, the competition will appraise how tax policies can be implemented and designed to ensure that sustainable development is achieved while also concurrently upholding human rights.
Transparency, accountability, and eradicating corruption. Woven as a fundamental thread throughout AKMCC, transparency and accountability will be examined within the context of tax policies and their cascading effects. The competition will undertake a meticulous analysis of issues such as corruption and mismanagement of funds, endeavoring to unearth how these practices corrode good governance and hinder the realization and promotion of human rights. In an emphatic acknowledgement of the role of accountability measures, the competition will chart pathways to enhance transparency and counter financial impropriety.
AKMCC's scope extends beyond the core theme to encompass the following areas of vital interest. 1. Good governance and public participation. What does it mean to have good governance? Anchored in Article 10 of the Kenyan Constitution, governance embodies the decision-making process by state organs in order to influence decision-making. AKMCC seeks to analyze the impact of taxation on citizens' socio-economic rights. Additionally, AKMCC will analyze the impact of public participation on the citizens' decision-making process. It will also analyze the impact this has on good governance.
The right to protest and police brutality during protest. In response to the high cost of living, citizens were seen marching in the streets protesting against the high cost of living. In retaliation, the government deployed police officers to control the situation, resulting in police brutality. The 12th edition of the All Kenyan Moot Court competition will delve into the legal dimensions surrounding the right to protest, the limit on government intervention, and the protection of human rights during this protest. Further, the competition will seek to analyze the balance between maintaining public order and protecting human rights during this protest.
IT, data protection, and human rights. Lastly, the competition will consider the intersection between technology, data protection, and human rights, considering the implications of government policies on citizens' data privacy and autonomy. Participants will examine on how the use of technology, data collection, and surveillance impact human rights. They will propose legal frameworks that ensure data protection while promoting technological advancements.
The competition aspires to unravel the intricate connections between sustainable governance, tax burden, and the protection of human rights. Through this competition, we hope to cultivate a culture of sustainable and inclusive governance through the promotion of human rights and sustainable development in Kenya. As we embark on this intellectual journey, let us embrace the spirit of legal excellence, innovation, and inclusivity that defines the All Kenyan Moot Court competition.
We look forward to seeing you in the 12th edition of the All Kenyan Moot Court competition.
The All Kenyan Moot Court competition is the premier national moot court competition that is organized by Kenyatta University School of Law students. Now in its 12th edition, the AKMCC brings together all law students from across the country to research, make written and oral submissions on a hypothetical moot question that is always themed at a topical national issue, particularly in the field of human rights, rule of law, and good governance. This year, the competition prides itself for having attracted the highest number of teams in its 12-year history.
AKMCC has allowed these students to grow their public speaking, advocacy, research, and various skills together with their knowledge on various human rights issues in our country. Through its partnerships, AKMCC has allowed the knowledge of various professionals to bring perspective to much needed issues in our country through the moot, research, and conference categories. AKMCC has truly gotten better year after year, having been graced by various renowned individuals in the legal profession, and this year is no different.
The 12th edition of the All Kenyan Moot Court competition transcends mere tradition. It embarks on a journey to look into the intricate connection between human rights issues. The theme, Sustainable Governance, unveiling the intersection between tax burden, good governance, and the protection of human rights, sets ground for the profound exploration of legal issues and their implication on the society. In response to the escalating imposition of taxes by the Kenyan government in order to alleviate foreign debt and to bolster government revenue, the competition seeks to scrutinize the multifaceted consequences on individuals' livelihoods and the socioeconomic rights amidst inadequate governance.
At the core of this, the competition recognizes that taxation is a social good necessary for the citizens to access basic services. However, it also recognizes that the current taxation has allegedly undermined the citizens' ability to access basic needs such as food and housing due to the high cost of living. By addressing this concern, AKMCC aims to cultivate a sustainable and inclusive governance for a prosperous future.
Access to information is the cornerstone to any thriving democracy. The 12th edition of the All Kenyan Moot Court competition will explore how access to information and transparency contributes to good governance, informed decision-making, and accountability in the context of tax policies. Participants will examine how easy access to government information ensures responsible and responsive governance while upholding human rights.
Drawing inspiration from Article 11 of the International Covenant on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights, this area highlights the right to housing, food and clothing as the integral aspects of adequate standard of living. In the 12th edition, we shall seek to draw a nexus between high taxation and the realization of socioeconomic rights. In particular, we shall try and highlight how high taxation influences the realization of socioeconomic rights. We shall therefore try and strike a balance between revenue generation and the continuous realization of socio-economic rights.
Sustainability in governance and economics. The concept of sustainability, which encompasses both social and economic dimensions, occupies a pivotal role in a KMCC. Participants will embark on the exploration of the long-term consequences of governmental decisions on tax burden, while also evaluating the potential ramifications for future generations. By dissecting the social and economic aspects of sustainability, the competition will appraise how tax policies can be implemented and designed to ensure that sustainable development is achieved while also concurrently upholding human rights.
Transparency, accountability, and eradicating corruption. Woven as a fundamental thread throughout AKMCC, transparency and accountability will be examined within the context of tax policies and their cascading effects. The competition will undertake a meticulous analysis of issues such
Mungu nguvu yetu.
Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Renown fountain of knowledge, well of learning experience, a bubbling spring of wisdom, a promise of better tomorrow. Kenyatta, oh Kenyatta, our nation's star. Kenyatta, our nation's pride, university of our time. Kenyatta, oh Kenyatta, our nation's star. Kenyatta, our nation's pride, university of our time.
We thank you for our guests present in this auspicious occasion today. May you guide them and protect them. As we begin the All Kenya Moot Court competition, may your grace be upon us as we strive for success, not for our own glory, but to honor you and the talents you have bestowed upon us. Guide our steps, Lord, and let your will be done in this competition. At the end of it all, we will be here to thank you and honor your name. It's in the mighty name of Jesus we pray, believing and trusting.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. All praise goes to Allah, the most gracious and the most merciful, to whom we seek guidance in this auspicious event. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, we pray that this event is filled with success, joyous moments, and fruitful learning experiences. Amin, amin, amin.
We can now take our seats. Our chief guest, Honorable David K. Maraga, the 14th Chief Justice and President of the Supreme Court of Kenya, Emeritus. His Excellency Mr. Hazem Shabat, Ambassador of the Embassy of the State of Palestine, about to join us. Honorable Justice Paul Gashoka, Judge of the Court of Appeal. Honorable Senator Mogeni Okongo, the Senator for Nyamira County. The Vice Chancellor of Kenyatta University, Professor Paul K. Wainana. The Deputy Vice Chancellor of Academics, Kenyatta University, Professor Wanjohi Washeke. Members of the Board of Management of Kenyatta University present. The executive deans present. All the partners present, and I will list them. Mary Mugure, the Council of Legal Education. Eric Thiuru, the President Law Society of Kenya. Stefan Skop, Frieden Norman Foundation. Professor Jack Mwimali, Chief Executive Officer, National Council for Law Reporting, that is Kenya Law. Madam Sarah Wesonga, Senior Program Officer, Article 19 EA. Stefan Mukaya, Head of Programs, Independent Medical Legal Unit. Bwana Gitonga Wamere, Head of Programs, Mzalendo Trust. Mr. Paul Wambua, Project Officer, Transparency International. Alois Moi, Program Manager, Uraia Trust. Bwana Haman Omiti, ably represented here by Catherine Kariega, Partner Ngeri Omiti and Bush LLP. Stephen Lunguya, Partner Rachir and Amolo Advocates. Kimani Jenga, the President, AKMCC. Again, Executive Deans present. The Deputy Executive Dean present, and specifically Dr. Ratemo Tom, the Deputy Executive Dean, School of Law, Arts, and Social Sciences, Kenyatta University, our host. All the invited guests, students, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Richard Oduor. I serve Kenyatta University as the Registrar Research, Innovation, and Outreach, and this morning I'll serve as your MC. So because of time, and I welcome you all to this, to the All Kenyan Moot Court Competition 2024, and therefore without taking much time, allow me then to go straight away into the program and invite Dr. Ratemo Tom, the Deputy Executive Dean, School of Law, Arts, and Social Sciences of Kenyatta University, to give his welcoming remarks.
Honorable David Kenani Maraga, the 14th Chief Justice and President of the Supreme Court of Kenya, Emeritus, our chief guest, Professor Paul K. Wainana, our Vice Chancellor, Kenyatta University, in absentia, His Excellency Hazem Shabat, the Ambassador of the State of Palestine, Honorable Senator Mogeni Eric Okongo, Senator Nyamira County, Honorable Justice Paul Gashoka, the Judge of the Court of Appeal, Professor Washeke Wanjohi, the DVC Academic, Ms. Mary Mugure from the Council of Legal Education, Professor Jack Mimari, the Chief Executive Officer, National Council of Law Reporting, the Mr. Stefan Scott from the Friedrich Naumann Foundation, our representatives from Katiba Institute, Paul Wambua, the Project Officer, Transparency International. Ms. Sarah Wesonga, the Senior Programs Officer, Article 19. Gitonga Wemere, the Head of Programs, Mzalendo Trust. Stephen Mukoya, the Head of Programs, Independent Medical Legal Unit. Alois Moy, the Programs Manager, Uraya Trust. Mr. Haman Omiti, the Partner, Getty Omiti and Bush LLP. Stephen Nguya, the Partner, Raichia and Amol Advocates. The Management Board members, Kenyatta University, Executive Dean, Dr. Richard Rafura, the members of staffs of various law schools present, and the members of staff of Kenyatta University School of Law, Arts and Social Sciences, Parklands. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning.
Good morning.
I'm pleased to welcome you to Kenyatta University School of Law, Parklands campus for the 12th edition of the All Kenya Moot Court Competition 2024. This is yet another great moment when we will be discussing matters that have had a huge impact in our lives, especially for the past 2 years, under the theme Sustainable Governance, unveiling the intersection between tax burden, good governance, and protection of human rights. As you are aware, a number of taxes have been introduced. The introduction of the housing levy, as well as the revision of VAT, NSSF, SHIF, etc., has not only raised the cost of living, but has also led to violation of the human rights in Kenya. The question is, are our readers ready to save the common mwananchi from the current state of affairs? That's what we're going to answer by the end of this competition. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the school and the university at large is very much grateful to those whose work has gone into the planning of this memorable event. To our chief guest, the guests, sponsors, and all of you, thank you for your attendance and extending support for the 12th edition of the AKMCC. I trust this competition will strengthen our work together and give the impetus for the future progress. I wish you a fruitful day. Once again, I say welcome to Kenyatta University School of Law, Parklands campus. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Another clap for him as he steps down. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me then to take you through a very brief remarks session, and I will be naming them in batches of 3, short brief. So the first person to come and talk to us briefly for just 2 minutes is the president of AKMCC, Kimani Jenga. Thereafter will be followed by Stephen Linguya, and then Catherine Kariega, in that order.
The Chief Justice Emeritus and former President of the Supreme Court, Honorable David Maraga, Honorable Justice Paul Gashoka, Judge of the Court of Appeal, our Vice Chancellor, Kenyatta University, Professor Paul Wainana, our Deputy Vice Chancellor, Professor Washeke Wanjohi, esteemed partners, learning and learned friends in the room, all protocol observed, good morning. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you to the 12th edition of the All Kenyan Moot Court Competition. This is a student-led event, and for me and the members of the steering committee, it is a dream come true. When I took office on 18th of April 2023, together with the steering committee members, we embarked on a journey to fulfill our annual commitment to prepare for this competition, which is now in its 12th anniversary. The members of the steering committee have worked their fingers to the bone, and this event that we host here today is a testament to their collective hard work, determination, and passion for our vision. I want to applaud them for the job well done and for the sacrifices that they have put in to ensure that this event we are hosting here today is successful. Let us clap for the members of the steering committee. Besides the steering committee, which I lead, AKMCC has partnered with various organizations who have contributed to the success of this event for the past 12 years. And these partners include the Frederick Norman Foundation, the Independent Medical Legal Unit, Uraia Trust, Article 19 East Africa, Transparency International, Katiba Institute, Mzalendo Trust, Kaplan and Stratton Advocates, Ngeri Omiti and Bush Advocates, Rachier and Omolo Advocates, the National Council for Law Reporting, Siasa Place, the Supreme Court of Kenya, and the Kenyatta University Management. And on behalf of the steering committee, allow me to extend our deepest gratitude for your continued patronage with us. We remain eternally humbled for your strong expression of support. Ladies and gentlemen, I am also thrilled to announce that this edition has broken all records by attracting the highest number of participants in its 12-year history. This year, a whopping 29 teams from various law schools across the country registered to participate in this year's competition. And this underscores the growing agility and significance of this competition in our national human rights discourse. This competition has evolved into a crucial milestone in the legal academic journey of our students. And this is true because it provides them with invaluable networks and skills that shape their future careers. The resonance of the All Kenyan Moot Court competition has grown exponentially, and we are honored to witness such widespread participation and enthusiasm from our students. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme for the 12th edition is Sustainable Governance, unveiling the intersection between tax burden, good governance, and protection of human rights. This theme was conceived in response to the increasing imposition of taxes by the government. And I dare say, while we recognize the significance of taxes in facilitating government revenue and ensuring smooth operations, the competition will analyze the impact of excessive tax obligation and financial mismanagement on the citizens' ability to realize their socioeconomic rights under Article 43 of the Constitution. Furthermore, the competition will also assess the government's adherence to the principles of public finance with a specific focus on transparency and accountability. And in addition, we will explore the imperative of safeguarding the right to privacy, particularly in the context of data protection within the digital era that we find ourselves in. And lastly, this competition will dissect the legal dimensions surrounding the right to protest and government intervention limits during demonstrations. And noting that AKMCC is inherently a human rights moot court, the issues encapsulated in this theme resonate deeply with the common citizen. And by bringing together both state and non-state actors, our aspiration is to craft policy recommendations that reflect best practices in this country. Through this collective effort, we aim to contribute to the evolution of a governance framework that upholds the principles of sustainable governance and safeguards the rights of every citizen. Ladies and gentlemen, in the 11th edition, we introduced certain aspects that are geared towards profiling the competition, one of them being the e-journal. Its primary aim is to provide a platform for human rights discourse among our students. This year, we intend to publish more papers on the journal and grow its visibility, especially in terms of dissemination of the research that will be undertaken by our students. And at this point, we urge all our participants and stakeholders to join us in this course. In terms of the structure of the competition, we shall have a conference that will begin shortly after this opening ceremony, and this will involve 2 panel discussions, which will involve a discussion with our key stakeholders on the thematic areas from our theme. The moot court and research competition will start immediately from tomorrow and run all the way from Friday. And the purpose of this event and this competition is because students will argue a hypothetical case before a bench of judges composed of different experts in law, as well as present their research papers. The finals of the moot court competition will once again take place at the Supreme Court of Kenya, just like we had last time. At this juncture, I wish the participants all the best in the competition. I hope you learn a lot from each other this week and have fun while at it. May the spirit of the competition ignite the flame of knowledge within each of you, and may you have fun and learn during this week. Asanteni sana. May God bless you all, and may God bless the All Kenyan Moot Court competition. Thank you.
Thank you so much, His Excellency. With your permission, Chief Guest, allow me to advise subsequent speakers to stand on already established protocols so that we save on time, and also importantly to limit it to 1-2 minutes. Tell us your name, the organization you're coming from, and how you're associated with today's event. We'll really appreciate, and this is because of time. May you clap for Stephen as he steps on the podium.
The Honorable Chief Justice Emeritus David Maraga, all invited guests, including their lordships, including the Honorable Member for the Senate, all guests invited, good morning. My name is Monyua Ezekiel Njagi from the firm of Rochera and Amolo LLP. We have been partnering with All Kenya Moot competition for the last 4 years, and we are humbled to have been invited for this morning session. And ours is to assure the body of students here that we shall continue partnering with you as and when we are needed. Secondly, allow me to also appreciate the organizers of the Moot Court competition due to their very contemporary theme of sustainable governance, unveiling the intersection between tax burden, good governance, and protection of human rights. Such a theme could not have come at a more opportune time than now. Thank you so much for that organization, and we look forward to an interaction, not only today, but in the course of the week. Thank you once again.
Thank you so much. As he steps down, Madam Catherine, on the podium, please. And in the meantime, as she gets up, Alois Moi, Bwana Paul Wambua, and Gitonga Wamere to stand by.
Honorable David Kenani Maraga, the 14th Chief Justice and President of the Supreme Court Emeritus. It's a pleasure to meet you. All the other protocols that have been mentioned there before, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Catherine Kariega. I am a senior associate and the head of the Real Estate Banking and Finance Department at Ngeri Omiti and Bush. I stand here in the place of Herman Omiti, the partner in charge of finance and strategy in the firm. For me, this is nostalgic because I am an alumni of Kenyatta University School of Law. Yes, I graduated in 2015 when this building was very new, and I'm very excited to be back. Thank you so much for inviting us for this. And it's a very interesting and very good discourse because, you know, taxes are considered a necessary evil or just evil. And there's been a lot of uproar and regarding the taxation. And, you know, when taxation becomes the weapon fashioned against its people, the derogation of basic human rights becomes inevitable, and that leads to questioning of governance. So I applaud such forums because they are very helpful in creating an opportunity for us to have these discussions openly and to be able to come up with, you know, to translate our words to action so that we are not just keyboard warriors. We are able to come and have good discourses. We are able to come up with solutions at the end of the day, and we are so excited for that. And as a firm, NOB Advocates is proud of the journey that AKMCC has taken over the years. We have been very keen on partnering with you guys for so many years, and we are so proud to see the tangible results that have come from this competition and from the platform at large. So from being just a regular moot court, then it was a moot and a conference, and now there is even the publication for the very wonderful writings that the various students have come up with. We are so excited to be able to see that, and these milestones are very commendable. So we assure you that we are going to continue to support you, we are going to continue to work together with you, and we look forward to greater and more impactful results. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Catherine, for that commitment to always support us. Alois Moi, please.
Chief Justice Emeritus, Honorable Senator, Vice Chancellor, all protocol observed. I'm proud and honored to stand before you today, representing Uraia Trust at this esteemed 12th edition of the Moot Court. I extend my congratulations to the organizers of this event. Your hard work and dedication have played a pivotal role in making this competition a success. At Uraia, we really love events like this, more so organized by students, and we offer a lot of support to this because they are not just for prize winning or competition, but we see them as a breathtaking opportunities for all of us to work together and learn new things. It's not about just competition, but a problem-solving and learning initiative. It is a place where the participants, especially the students, can have good conversation and share knowledge that helped us all get better. It is like a big classroom where we can all grow and understand more. And I was so impressed when we met with the committee on how they presented the idea and also the budget for the activity. That was a very good presentation. Uraia is proud to partner with the Moot Court and the student, which is led by very smart law students who are passionate about helping Kenyans achieve their constitutional aspiration, and we appreciate this a lot. At Uraia, we strive to contribute towards making sure our governments, our institutions work well, are accountable, and provide service delivery effectively. We also believe in fair taxes and respecting people's rights. These are all themes that the Moot Court is focusing on this year, and we are super excited to be part to support this amazing event, even in the future. As I conclude, I wish all participants the best of luck and success in the competition. Let's use this platform to have meaningful discussion and drive real change in our country towards a fair and more equitable society. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Alois. It is now the turn for Transparency International. Paul Wambua, please.
Honorable Chief Justice Emeritus Justice David Maraga, Vice Chancellor Kenyatta University, all invited guests, all protocols observed, good morning. Today I'm really happy to be here, having been here in the 11th edition, just as a continuation of the partnership that Transparency International has been having with the Moot Court since the inception, I think in 2013. I would like to congratulate the AKMCC for organizing such an event. This event presents an opportunity for law students to get legal skills, also to gain skills in advocacy and also real life experience. While you will be researching on an hypothetical case and also presenting your arguments in an imaginary court, the topic of discussions are quite real. The weight of tax burden is being felt differently across the country, and the poor are most hit by the imposition of taxes. Transparency International has commissioned a number of researches on tax incentives just to examine the award of tax incentives in terms of the merits and demerits. And we have realized that a lot of money is lost through tax incentives, and this money could actually be going to elevate that issue of having increasing taxes every day and then. So maybe mine, just to, with those few remarks, I would like to wish you a fruitful, mind-opening, and a thought-provoking, and interactive Moot Court competition. God bless you.
Thank you so much. May I then request Bwana Gitonga, Mzalendo Trust, to come forth.
The Chief Guest, Chief Justice Emeritus, the Vice Chancellor, and Senator Omogeni, all protocols observed, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is not Gitonga, but Gitongo Oamere. As Mzalendo Trust, we are delighted to join you in this 12th edition of All Kenya Moot Court Competition, whose theme focus is on sustainable governance, unveiling the intersection between tax burden, good governance, and protection of human rights. As Mzalendo Trust, we are delighted to see through our continued partnership with AKMCC for the 4th year in a row. As an organization, we recognize the point of convergence with this year's themes, with largely as champions of inclusion, participation of youth, women, and people with disability in parliamentary and political processes. This critical component of promoting equality and the voices of the marginalized is part of our broader thematic areas. Additionally, providing accurate information remains a crucial way to ensure that citizens engage with Parliament as they are appraised to parliamentary business that affects their day-to-day lives. Representative democracy benefits from informed citizens who understand how political systems work. The theme of this year's Moot on sustainable governance lies at the heart of a thriving society. Sustainable governance encompasses the delicate balance between economic prosperity, social justice, and even environment stewardship. At its core, sustainable governance seeks to ensure that the needs of both current and future generations are met without compromising the well-being of our planet and the dignity of individuals. True sustainability requires transparency, accountability, and integrity in the management of public resources. Good governance ensures that tax revenues are utilized efficiently and ethically, addressing the needs of the populace and fostering in government institutions. I would like to inform you that as Mzalendo Trust, we have developed a digital tool called the Promise Tracker that ensures the promises that the current government has given are implemented as they have said, and your taxes are used as they have said. I would like to invite you to interact with the tool, the Promise Tracker. Finally, I would like to wish all the competitors in the Moot a fruitful and a very engaging sessions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Bwana Gitongo. And now we will get to the point for the next 3 batch, the Independent Medical Legal Unit, the Article 19 East Africa, and of course the National Council for Law Reporting. And therefore the 3 names would be the Stephen Mukaya will be next, followed by Sarah, and then Professor Jack Mimali. Please observe the 2 minutes.
Chief Guest, Honorable Chief Justice Emeritus, all invited guests, all protocols observed. My name is Stephen Owita Mkoya. At Independent Medical Legal Unit, I lead monitoring, evaluation, research, and learning component. As I stand here, I'm the acting heads of program at the Independent Medical Legal Unit. Receive our greetings from our Executive Director, Madam Wangeshi Grace Kahuria. She's held up in Nyeri, engaging other state actors in matters human rights and access to justice. Independent Medical Legal Unit has a standing MOU with Kenyatta University School of Law, and continues to work together towards research and internship. The partnership between the Independent Medical Legal Unit and the All Kenya Moot Court underscores the importance of collaboration in advancing legal education and human rights. As we gather here, it is our hope and belief that the memoranda submitted by participating teams and upcoming moot court process provides us with a unique opportunity to delve into the intricate realm of legal questions. This moot court serves as more than a mere competition. It is a platform for rigorous examination and debate on critical legal issues, unveiling the depth and breadth of our legal landscape. For example, how do we manage crowds during peaceful protests and procession? An area that IMLU is so passionate about, an area that IMLU has had interventions around. All these in the process of access to justice and respect to the rule of law. I want to wish all participants all the best of luck, and we look forward to witnessing brilliance that will undoubtedly unfold during the momentous occasion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to recognize His Excellency Mr. Hazem Shabat, the Ambassador of the Embassy of the State of Palestine. Please welcome.
The Chief Guest and Chief Justice Emeritus of the Supreme Court of Kenya, Honorable Justice David Maraga, honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Sarah Wesonga, and I'm here on behalf of Article 19 Eastern Africa. Article 19 is part of a global non-governmental organization. We borrow our name from Article 19 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And our work and mission is essentially defending freedom of expression, press freedom, and the right to access information. Our vision is for a world where people are able to speak freely, they're able to access information about their lives, and they're able to participate in public life without fear of retaliation or repercussion. And a fundamental part of what we do is supporting initiatives like the All Kenyan Moot Court competition, as well as other initiatives that tackle civil society, journalists, and other communities to be able to use their rights and speak in one voice to advocate for the protection of human rights. Today, we are proud sponsors of this competition because it plays a significant role in nurturing legal talent and advancing critical dialogue on key issues that are happening in the country. This year's theme, Sustainable Governance, unveiling the intersection between tax burden, good governance, and the protection of human rights, resonates deeply, not just with our work at Article 19, but with me as a Kenyan citizen. The question of how do we ensure effective governance, equitable taxation, while still protecting the human rights and fundamental rights is critical. The question is this possible? Is it feasible? And most importantly, is it sustainable? Like my former speakers have said, sustainability is not just a buzzword. Sustainable governance is the fundamental cornerstone of any thriving society. As we know, sustainability is about being able to utilize, or rather to meet our needs today without compromising the needs of future generations. When we talk about sustainable governance, it's essentially the promise of tomorrow. It's knowing that human rights do not end with us, human rights do not die with us. And so it is important for us to be able to open the door for those who come behind us and ensure accountability, inclusivity, and innovation in trying to, in ensuring government institutions are responsive to the needs of their people. Turning our attention to Kenya's current tax situation, it's no question that taxation plays a vital role in financing public services and infrastructure development. However, we note that on average, the Kenyan population do not know what taxes have been proposed every year. Instead, what they do is feel the pinch of these taxes. And so we need efforts we need to provide efforts to be able to engage in informed discussions about taxation policies and how they impact the daily lives of people. In a country like Kenya, where governance structures are increasingly evolving, it's important for us to push for citizen engagement as an essential driver for positive change and holding public officials to account. The mark of any true legitimate democracy is on whether the people are able to openly and meaningfully participate in governance processes. And so it's with this in mind that we encourage and we commend the organizers of this All Kenyan Moot Court competition. To the committee, I'm guessing they're the ones on my left, under the chairpersonship of Kimani. You've done a brilliant job, an incredible job. Congratulations for this. And to Dr. Ratemo, your patronage is noted and it's not in vain. To conclude, allow me to say thank you to all of you who've been able to make this trip here. And we look forward to the academic almanac launch that will be happening in August. Please, may we continue pledging our support to students. May we continue supporting this initiative. And may we hope to build this country for a better future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sarah, for that. Now we will listen to Professor Jack Mwimali.
Chief Justice Emeritus and distinguished invited guests, permit me to ride on the very well and clearly established protocol. I will not also delve into the content of the debate and discussions that we'll be having during the moot and presentations. I think it has been well spoken about. I was told not to give a speech, rather to just make remarks, and I chose, that's why I chose not to bring anything. It reminds me of about 12 years ago when we started this mooting program here, and it brings into recollection what the scriptures say, that do not despise the day of small beginnings. It has been immense growth in terms of how this moot has grown. I was privileged to attend the very first moot. I think it was in 2012, if I'm not wrong. And at that time, we thought it was just an emerging concept that let's just try and see how it will move. But little did we know that it would morph into this grand event that takes place almost religiously every year. I want to congratulate Kenyatta University, the dean and patron. I also want to congratulate the students who do run this event. I know we have participants, not just from Kenyatta University, but from all the other universities in Kenya. I have had the opportunity and privilege to interact with most of you in academia, and therefore I believe that you are up to the task. We are looking at a future bright practice of law in this country because of the content and the ability and acumen of those people who are participating in this process. Suffice it to say that I want to wish you all the success as you participate in the deliberations, in the mooting, in the discussions, in the presentations that you'll be making. On behalf of Kenya Law, the National Council for Law Reporting, I wish to pledge our continued assistance to the mooting community in this country, more specifically the All Kenya Moot. And we promise that as we have done previously, we will be giving our support to the students, especially those who will top in this. We have always given them an opportunity to come and work and in turn and experience issues of law reporting, issues of law revision at the National Council for Law Reporting. It's something that we'll continue to do, and therefore we commit ourselves that even the winners in this year's moot will also be accommodated by the National Council for Law Reporting. With those remarks, I want to wish you all the best. I thank you.
Thank you so much. Allow me then to call upon Stephen Scott to walk to the podium. At the same time, Eric Theuru, the President Law Society, I'm trying to look around for him. I can't see him, but I'll guide accordingly. Scott, please.
Honorable Chief Justice Emeritus David Maraga, Vice Chancellor Professor Wainana, Dean of the School of Law, Arts and Social Science, Dr. Richard Wafula, Excellency, distinguished guests, a very warm welcome to all of you. My name is Stefan Schott and I'm speaking for Friedrich Naumann Foundation. Friedrich Naumann Foundation is a German so-called political foundation. We are part of the liberal family. Our partner party is part of the governing coalition in Germany at the moment. And we try with our work to promote liberal ideas wherever we are active. We have offices in all federal states in Germany and 40 offices abroad. And we also have a quite long history in Kenya. And what does that mean, promoting liberal ideas? We deeply believe in the freedom of the individual, the dignity of the individual, its rights, but also this goes together with responsibilities and obligations. And a bit more specific, that means that we support human rights defenders wherever we are. In the economic field, we stand for open markets, free trade and entrepreneurship. And a key area of what we do is promote the idea of liberal democracy. And that's actually more than just elections. Real democracy, liberal democracy, has always go together with the rule of law. And this is a key task for every government to protect this rule of law and to guarantee that the laws that are in place and the Constitution actually protect especially minorities even against a government. And an elected leader that announces to ignore a decision of a court, that should be a red flag for all Democrats. And actually our foundation in this year will have a strong focus on the topic of independence of judiciary. I think it's high time, not only in Kenya. Rule of law is under pressure in many countries in the world. So for today, I wish, and this week, I wish all of you a very successful and inspiring moot court competition. May the best team win and have a lot of good and new insights. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I know Mary Mgutai had, because of time, excused us of that, but where you are, you can just rise up and say hello to us for that kind gesture. Come forth, please. Yeah.
My Lord, the Chief Justice Emeritus, all protocols observed, allow me to adopt in toto the protocol. My Lord, also allow me to adopt in toto all the recommendations of passion, the congratulatory messages, the recognition, the sense of pride, and the commitment for support that has been said today here. That's what you do when you don't bring a speech into an event like this. Vice Chancellor, allow me also to appreciate the very spot-on speech that was read by the President, and I noticed that his colleagues gave him a standing ovation. I think that you should consider publishing that for prosperity, isn't it? He did do a good job. My name is Mary Mutugi. I am the Director of Quality Assurance, Compliance and Licensing at the Council of Legal Education, and we are the regulators of legal education and training in Kenya. I don't know what dean you expect when you invite a regulator to a moot court, but I would like to associate myself with a sense of pride, having watched this institution grow for a long time, and I do bring in the congratulatory message of the board, of the Council of Legal Education, and also to recognize and appreciate the support of the partners I see in the room and up here, all over the room, including Your Excellency. And just to say it's good that we see the institution growing. We are super proud of you, and you have the support of your regulator. Thank you very much, and have a fruitful engagement.
Thank you so much, Mary, for that. And now, with your permission, Chief Guest, this is when I become the professor and the registrar of research at Kenyatta University and go into the protocol. And this is my opportunity then to request our Deputy Vice-Chancellor Academic to come forth and make brief remarks and invite the Vice-Chancellor of Kenyatta University.
Thank you very much, Professor Oduor. Our Chief Guest, the Honorable David Kenani Maraga, the 14th Chief Justice and the President of the Supreme Court of Kenya, Emeritus. Vice-Chancellor, Professor Paul K. Wainana, and all protocols observed, but I think I want to recognize the President of the All Kenyan Moots competition, Mr. Kebani Jenga, together with your entire team. As he rightly said, this is a student-led organization, and we are very proud of what you have done together with your team. We also want to appreciate all our partners and all our sponsors. And I was ticking the box as every speaker came, and 100% have actually honored our invitation. Thank you very, very much. I'm really delighted to join you this morning to the official opening of the 12th edition of All Kenyan Moot Court Competition 2024, and really appreciate those who started this mooting competition. Congratulations, you have seen what has happened 12 years down the road. And if they are in the room, let's just give them a hand clap. I also want to appreciate that this activity is one of the many opportunities that we expose our students to at Kenyatta University, so that beyond what they learn in their disciplines, they are also able to develop skills, competencies by doing some of the things that they are just doing today. I'm sure the President and your team, after you leave Kenyatta University, you'll definitely be ahead of the pack. And I want to say, for all those who responded to our call, for all the universities that responded to our call and prepared the teams, I want to thank you very much, together with the teams that, and your faculty that supported you. And I just want to say, best of luck to all the teams. May the best team win, but of course, I now want to take this opportunity to invite the Vice-Chancellor of this great institution, Professor Paul K. Wainana, to give his address. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Wacheke. Our chief guest, who is our chief guest, Honorable David Kenani Maraga, who is our former Chief Justice. I want to do two things before I actually address you. First of all, is to recognize the people who have joined us. I know Professor Wanjohi has said a few things about that, but as the head of the institution, I think I want to actually cement what he has just said in terms of having all these people attending, almost 100%. And we don't take this for granted. So I want to actually recognize all the people who are here. We have Honorable Justice Tuyot, Judge of Court of Appeal. We want to also recognize Justice Paul Gachoka, Judge of Court of Appeal. We also want to recognize His Excellency the Hazem Shabat, Ambassador, Embassy of the State of Palestine in Kenya. Ms. Jennifer Getiri, Acting Secretary, CEO, Council of Legal Education. Eric Theuri, outgoing President, Law Society of Kenya. We also want to recognize Professor Jack Mwinali, Chief Executive Officer, National Council for Law Reporting, whether he's here or not. To have your names here means there was an intention to come. Whether you are with us, whether you are late, we really recognize what you have done for this institution. Then we have Senator Okongo Omugeni, Nyamira County, Mr. Stephen Scott, Frederick Norman Foundation. This is a foundation that has always been with us. Every time we have a moot court, they are there. So we really appreciate your being here. Paul Wambua, a project officer, Transparency International. We also want to recognize Sarah Wesonga, Senior Programs Officer, Article 19 EA. Again, I recognize this is a firm that has always been with us. Mr. Gitonga Wamere, you have been represented here. We actually honor you for being kind to come to this occasion. Ms. Grace Wangeshi, Independent Medical Legal Unit, are represented here. We have Alois Moyi, Programs Manager, Uraia Trust, again represented here. We have Mr. Jackson Obare, Regional Manager, Forum, C4. Then we have Nerima Wako, Executive Director, Siasa Place. We want also to recognize Mr. Haman Omiti, partner, Gary Omiti and Bush LLP, Ms. Grace Maina, Associate Recha and Amolo Advocates, members of the Kenyatta University Management Board, members of staff from various schools represented here. We have the Executive Dean, Deputy Executive Dean, and members of the staff, Kenyatta University School of Law, Arts and Social Sciences at the Parklands. And I want again to single out the people who have done the groundwork. I have always said, and I want to say again, there is one unique thing that distinguishes our school here in terms of actually coming up with the programs or events. The students do that single-handedly. And I want us to really recognize this team. I'm so proud that you don't wait for us to do things for you. Anytime I get something to approve, when I look at it, I almost feel I cannot say no, just because of the way you have been working. So can we really clap for this case? Asante sana, and I hope you continue doing that. Our Chief Justice, our Chief Guest, I want now to do the second thing I wanted to do, is to ask a few of the distinguished members here to make a few remarks so that they can actually guide what is going to happen in the next 2 days. And I want to start by asking Senator Omugeni Okongo just a few minutes to say something. Yeah, karibu sana.
Yeah, thank you. About our Vice Chancellor, I first want also to thank our Chief Guest, Chief Justice Maraga, who hails from my county of Nyamira, and also thank the management of Kenyatta University for choosing me among the 67 senators to be here before these future great lawyers. I also want to disclose that in the podium, I'm in company of friends. Justice Mwaniki Gashoka is a longtime friend of mine. When I was the president of Law Society of Kenya, he was a very loyal council member. He didn't give me trouble while managing the Law Society. Now, I got an invitation to come and speak for less than 10 minutes. Ian, where are you? Where are you? Yes, make sure you, when I reach 5, you give me 5, 4. I don't want to exceed 10 minutes. Yeah. Now, first I make a disclosure. I'm not a teacher. I've never been a lecturer. I'm a practitioner. And I'm also a politician, a senator of Nyamira. Since I need to convince a few people who may want to vote for me, for the ladies, I'm a good man, married to one wife. And to the youngsters, I'm also a father of many children, including my firstborn, who is a lawyer. So I hope I've won one vote. Now, when I looked at this topic, sustainable governance, unveiling the intersection between tax burden, good governance, and protection of human rights, I was delighted because this is a current topic. This is what we are currently going through. This afternoon, the Senate will be casting the final vote in this bicameral parliament on the future of the affordable housing, which really means an increased tax burden on Kenyans. Now, unveiling the intersection, I thought that by the end of the discussion, we will have opened the curtains, and if tax burden, good governance, protection of human rights, assuming this is at a junction, we would have known which one is giving way to the other to pass, so that there is a good balance. Now, when I looked at what is sustainable governance, what came to mind is we are just trying to look at how a country is trying to manage and administer a country in a way that promises socioeconomic and environmental sustainability. As somebody said, when we are doing that, we need to marry the needs of the present generation, and of course without compromising the ability of our future generation, which include the people that I'm speaking before. And we must also have a balancing act, so that as we make progress, as we tax people, we also don't create a burden that becomes a threat to the exercise of their human rights. If I would speak quickly, then what could be, some of the key factors? One, there should be social equity. We should include everybody, okay? All people, including our, not paying any regard to our tribe, our race, our gender, and all that. And while appreciating that we need good governance and protection of human rights, we have to also be conscious that as a people, we also need economic prosperity. We need good roads, we need good hospitals, we need to ensure that our education system is good. So as we put in place our tax measures, we must also bear in mind that we need economic prosperity. But what is important is that our measures should not have an impact, a negative impact on us. as a people. What then would be tax burden? When we are talking about tax burden, I was wondering, what is tax burden? If somebody was to draw a cartoon after I cast my vote today and say Senator Omogeni has contributed to increasing our tax burden, what will be the measure? And I thought the best measure would be to look at the percentage of the money that I'm taking from you as a Kenyan citizen to the government as a contribution to ensure that we have prosperity, development, we give you services, and we draw a line that as we put this burden on you, we don't impede on the human rights that you are supposed to enjoy as a Kenyan. So what should be the right bag? Is it we take 30%, 33%? I leave it to you. In my paper, because I don't have time, I tried to look at some of the pronouncements the court has made. About 6 weeks ago, the Court of Appeal affirmed a decision that was made by the High Court. I was privileged to be among the lawyers who argued before the High Court. And one of the articles that the court affirmed is Article 27 of the Constitution, that when we are passing tax legislations, we must not discriminate. We should ensure that the tax burden is shared equitably amongst all of us. And the court also saying that while, while the country is passing tax laws, and in this country we have adopted what you call the annuality principle. Each year we introduce finance bill before Parliament, and we make tax proposals that should be in place for 1 year. So each year as we pass these taxations, we should bear in mind the prevailing circumstances. During COVID, the country was alert to the fact that the economic performance was not doing very well. Therefore, as Parliament, we reduced the tax burden on Kenyans during COVID. Pay-as-you-earn burden was reduced for those in the lower cadre. Now, under the Wood administration, there is a presumption that Kenya is a very prosperous country, so we are now enhancing the tax burden during this financial year. Now, the intersection is when you tax people, there is expectation from Kenyans that these resources will be used in a prudent manner. And I think that's where the concept of good governance comes in. First, when you tax us, we also expect you to be a country that is democratic. Allow Kenyans to exercise their right of choosing people who will sit in Parliament to pass those legislations. Number two, we should have rule of law. Somebody mentioned that there is a culture of defying court orders. When you have good governance, you will respect the rule of law, which will include obedience of court order. There will be transparency. Information is available. If you want to know who voted against or in favor of affordable housing, that information should be available. We should be a country that is very transparent, and we should also be accountable, very ethical. If I've taxed you, I should be accountable to you and ethical. If I'm a minister, I cannot unethically employ all my relatives to the exclusion of all other Kenyans. That's what good governance is all about. Then participation of the people, like what we are doing. You have a right to gather, participate, engage, have discussions. And then responsiveness. The government needs also to understand what are the needs and aspirations of Kenyans. If the tax is too much, if the tax burden is heavy, a responsive government should be able to listen. I also mentioned about issues of equity, etc. Now, on issues of protection of human rights, in my thoughts, the guiding principle should be that as we put in place these taxes, if we have to embrace good governance, it must go hand in hand with protection of human rights. And the underlying factor should be you must give the citizens the ability to enjoy their fundamental rights and freedoms. And we also live in a league of nations. There are things that ought to guide us. We have international law. We know that there are many countries that I've put a percentage on the tax that you can take away from the income of citizens. Even in our own country, the Employment Act, and I've mentioned that in my paper, the Employment Act has put a percentage that even when you are looking for a loan, the bank will look at the portion of the salary that is remaining on your pay slip. If you have exceeded, you will not get that loan. So we must ensure that we allow Kenyans to enjoy their fundamental human rights. We take into account what is in our constitution. The article on finance is very elaborate, and I've talked about the principles that are there, which is one, it says the burden of taxation shall be shared fairly. It says revenue that is raised nationally shall be shared equitably among national and county governments. So as you pass the affordable housing bill, you must ensure that revenue that is raised from the affordable housing tax is shared equitably among the national and county governments. The expenditure shall promote the equitable development of the country, including making special provisions for marginalized groups and marginalized areas. And then, of course, we need to enjoy what we are enjoying today when we speak of human rights, political freedoms, the right of speech, protection from the law, which is we have a right to gather here today and have this discussion. If we are dissatisfied, we should have a right to seek judicial intervention. Anybody dissatisfied with the laws that are passed by Parliament, you can move to court and challenge those laws. And then we have a right to educate Kenyans and make them aware. Is my 10 minutes over? Can you see? Yeah? Seconds. So then in conclusion, as a responsible citizen and as a member of Parliament, I'm conscious that taxes are very crucial for government, because it's through raising revenue that we are able to provide public services, as I've mentioned. But the principle of good governance obligates governments to ensure that as you pass taxes, there should be fairness in the tax policies that we pass. There should be transparency. The tax measures should not be arbitrary, but should be progressive. And when we spend the money that we get from taxpayers, there should not be corruption and mismanagement. What have I left? I think then in conclusion, I'll say that tax policies, if not implemented properly, can have serious direct implications on the enjoyment of human rights, as excessive taxation can have a negative impact on denying citizens the enjoyment of their fundamental human rights. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That is a very successful politician and also a learned friend. And I think you can note some of the issues he's raising are things that are likely to dominate the debate that you are going to have. I would like us to just appreciate him.
Sorry, give me a minute. Now, I serve as a commissioner in Parliamentary Service Commission. I'm extremely impressed with what the university is undertaking. If we have a good engagement between the university and Parliament, we could, during recess, open Parliament to host these moot courts between the teams. Yeah. How many teams, how many members are in each team? Just for my, how many? 15 teams. And the winner will be how many? Three. Three from, so the winning team will have 3 and the runners up 3. Okay, I'll also make an offer that the winning team of 6 will have a privilege of being hosted by me for lunch in Parliament.
Good days are coming. Good days are coming, and I hope, KU, you are listening. Are you listening? Yes. Thank you very much, Senator. I now want to request Honorable Gachoka to come and address us here. Karibu.
Thank you. Okay, let me recognize Chief Justice Emeritus David Maraga and Vice Chancellor. Allow me to ride on the protocols. Chief Justice, welcome. So let me ride on all the protocols that were read out. I've also warned myself that since Chief Justice Emeritus is also tackling this topic, I must be very careful not to go deep into it, because I know he will tackle it very well. Now, I want to thank the university for inviting me. I don't take it for granted. Vice Chancellor, I think I've earned this position here because once in a while, I share my decisions with the Dean when I think that the court has made a very good decision. And the last one that I shared, it involved the Kisii customary law, and I had to borrow some wisdom from a judgment by Chief Justice Maraga when he was in the High Court. And I shared it with the Dean, and I think that is how I earned my invitation here. So I just want to take this opportunity, and I want to time my minutes, because I'm very strict when it comes to time in court. I want to time my 10 minutes, I've already taken one, to wish all the teams, all the participants, the very best. And in my view, all of you have won, because I'm sure you are going to put your best foot forward, but it's only 3 who will be picked. But all the teams that participate, in my view, all of you will be winners. I wish we had such a thing during our time at the university. I know they used to have something called a moot court, but it was just appearing before a lecturer, then he would assess how you are performing. We never got this kind of opportunity. So this is a very good thing that the university has done. We never used to get this kind of opportunities. So I'm just going to take since the senator has actually tackled this topic very well, I would want to look at it myself. What would I be wanting to hear from the students? If you are addressing this very nice topic, how would I address this topic? So I would just throw in a few points which I think I would want to hear from, if I was seated here, I would want to hear from you. For example, when you talk about sustainable governance, how do we balance economic development with other rights? Like, for example, environmental preservation, promoting of social equity. How do you maintain political stability? And I would want how one would relate that one with Article 10 of the Constitution, Article 42, and Article 69. Those are the kind of things I would be looking at myself. When you talk about the tax burden, you know, this question of tax has been controversial even during the time of Jesus Christ. You remember, even the Pharisees were trying to trap Jesus whether they should pay tax or not. So it has been a question. Tax burden has been an issue forever. So when we talk about tax, we all know the taxation is a crucial instrument of governance because it is one of the major revenue streams for government to finance public services and redistribute wealth. So when we talk about the tax burden, are there benefits by having a high taxation? For example, provision of public goods and services. And then, how do you balance that one, not to burden the citizens? How do you promote economic growth through taxation? How do you encourage investment through taxation? And I'll be looking at Chapter 12 of the Constitution on public finance. So when you talk about good governance, again, I'll be looking at it at the question of efficient management of public resources. How do we combat corruption? How do we, and when I talk about corruption, and since I served as a commissioner in the Ethics and Corruption Commission, we all agreed through research that in a year, the government loses between 10% to 30% of the development budget through corruption. If you look at a budget of 4 trillion, even take 4 trillion, 10%, even if you say we are losing only 400 billion, Senator, even if you pass the House in bill, we are only raising about 73 billion. So you see, actually, you need to check if you manage your resources well, probably you don't even need to raise taxes. Maybe you get more by fighting corruption. So those are the kind of things one would be looking at. And I would be focusing on Article 10 of the Constitution on the national values and principles of governance. The issue of protection of human rights. We all know that these human rights, these are entitlements and freedom that every human being is entitled by virtue of being human. So we are looking at how do we, in this question, ensuring that human rights foster social cohesion, stability, but also how do we ensure that human rights are contributing to economic development? So how are you empowering the individuals to fully participate in the society and in the economy? So again, one would have to look at Chapter 4 of the Constitution and come up with your arguments around that. So when you look at all these policies, we are looking at what is the relationship between economic policy, political governance, and social justice. Now, where does the judiciary come into all this? Because does the judiciary, when you look at this topic, where does the judiciary come in? And myself, I would expect somebody to look at how the judiciary, what is the role of the judiciary in upholding the rule of law. Article 2 of the Constitution, you look at Article 259 of the Constitution. What is the role of the judiciary in ensuring that there is certainty and predictability? What is the role of the judiciary in ensuring that there is accountability? And here I'm thinking of mechanisms like judicial review, constitutional petitions, the appellate process. So it's a very good area where one can come up with very good arguments and be original. Don't just start and say, housing levy, it is so heavy on us. That's not a good argument. So try to build your arguments, around all these constitutional provisions, these policies. Look at, for example, are there some decisions that have come up from the appeals tribunal that have gone to court? How have the courts interpreted those provisions? Look at the issue of the protection of human rights. How the role of the judiciary, has the judiciary come up with some decisions which you think are key? And for example, there's a good case of Kenya Revenue Authority, Standard Wawero, and 6 others, Civil Appeal E59, E591 of 2021. I'm giving to, because all of you, you look at it and you make your own interpretation. What is the role of the judiciary in promoting good governance? I've talked about that. Transparency and accountability, the issue of the rule of law. There's this question of public participation and access to justice. Again, a very rich area where one can come up with very good topics. So in summary, and I have stayed within my 10 minutes, we are saying that the judiciary plays a key role in promoting sustainable development in the context of taxation, which is, multifaceted and detailed, by ensuring the upholding the rule of law, accountability, protection of human rights, and promoting good governance principles through interpretation, oversight, adjudication, and the enforcement functions. So mine is just it's a very good area, Dean. I wish I was here to just listen to one or two, but of course, there's a cost list waiting for me, even as I sit here. So I may not be able to sit. So I really want to wish everybody the best, those the participants, the Vice Chancellor. This is a very good initiative, and hopefully, Dean, I'll make sure that I said you one more good decision so that you invite me next year. And as I sit, you know, as the judiciary, the Chief Justice will tell you, as we don't have that luxury of he saying, I'm going to entertain you in Parliament, you know, they are the ones who control the money. But President of the Association, I'm sure even for me, in my own individual capacity, through the Dean, I will also be able to throw in something to the best 3 teams.
Thank you very much, Honorable Justice Paul Gachoka. Of course, you are competing well with the Senator. And I think that there is something that I am later going to request, which I think you can also help us. So I think you are doing well so far. I want now to request His Highness, Mr. Hazam Shabat, who is the ambassador in the embassy of the state of Palestine, just to make a few remarks. You all know what is happening, and I think it's a good opportunity for us to hear from His Highness. Karibu sana.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Vice Chancellor. It's an honor to be here among such very distinguished members of, we call it the high table, Honorable David Maraga, Chief Justice Emeritus, Senator, Honorable Justice Tiyot, Court of Appeal, distinguished guests, and all protocol observed, of course, and dear participants and students. Anybody else in his right mind would have fled the room much earlier, given the amount of legal expertise that is sitting here. But I felt to some extent a bit proud that I managed in my humble intervention to touch upon some of the things that the honorables have touched upon, so I knew that I was in the right track, at least in whatever statement that I am making. Now, given the issue of highness, it would have meant that we have changed our constitution. Definitely, this is, you know, the old protocol of the diplomatic service, in which excellencies, as being representatives of the presidents, it's a title that we carry, of course, with honor. I am really excited to address this very important theme today, and I'm confident that with your participation and in the good guidance of the distinguished honorable guests here, this competition will contribute truly to the ongoing discourse on sustainable governance. As law students, you have chosen a profession that requires not only a deep knowledge of the letter of the law, but equally a sense of responsibility and commitment to upholding the rule of law. The theme of this moot court competition speaks to the heart of what it means to be a lawyer and an advocate in these times, where the world is grappling with the challenges of sustainable development. Sustainable governance is about finding a delicate balance between economic growth, social justice, and environmental protection. These three pillars are interconnected and require equal attention in policy formulation and implementation. Taxation is an indispensable tool for the functioning of any system of governance, as it provides the necessary resources to fund public services and other necessary public expenditures, like public education and health, protection of national sovereignty, public peace and order, and many other functions of the states that we take for granted, like legislation, courts, financial and monetary national institutions. All these are equally important. Taxation alone is also not enough. Good governance is required to ensure that tax revenues are utilized in their intended purpose and in a manner that benefits all citizens equitably. Good governance principles include transparency, accountability, and the rule of law, which are essential for achieving sustainable development. Human rights are fundamental to sustainable development, and their violations, be it civil, political, economic, social, or cultural, undermines the rule of law and threatens national cohesion. It is crucial to recognize that the intersection between tax burden, good governance, and protection of human rights is complex and requires a deep understanding of legal principles, economic theories, and political realities. Though these issues are all interlinked, it's important to look at each one individually. First, the tax burden. It is important to recognize that it represents a reciprocal relationship between the states and its citizens, wherein both parties have duties and responsibilities. Taxation forms the cornerstone of governance, providing the necessary revenue for public expenditure, economic or social welfare initiatives. It is essential, however, to ensure that the burden of taxes is distributed equitably and the tax system is transparent and accountable. A fair and transparent tax system is crucial to ensure that all citizens benefit and that the system does not place an undue burden on vulnerable populations. Furthermore, it is crucial to ensure that the tax system is not regressive, which would disproportionately affect lower income groups. Taxation can also be used strategically to promote sustainable development. For example, taxation can incentivize sustainable practices such as environmentally friendly production methods and discourage unsustainable activities such as excessive resource consumption. By using taxation in this manner, governments can promote sustainable development while balancing economic growth and social justice. If you move to good governance, I agree with the previous speaker that good governance does not end with holding free elections. It is the ability to ensure institutional harmony and efficiency in serving the national interests of the people, be that economic developmental aspirations, preserving national sovereignty, health and education, or any other target that the nation identifies as priorities through the different phases of its political and developmental aspirations. Despite having a number of governance structures that exist in the world, we find that the common factor of good governance is inclusivity in decision-making. The public's involvement in the national targets setting process is crucial for its acceptance and implementation. And then comes the transparency factor that boosts this national commitment and enables people to clearly identify the benefits and values of such commitments to the state. It is equally important that tax system or any other system or law is in coherence with the constitutional powers of the legislators or decision makers, and finally reflects accordingly into the nationally approved public budget to guarantee that tax revenues are collected and spent in a transparent and accountable manner that benefits all citizens equitably. Now, coming to protection of human rights. It's of course paramount in all situations and sectors of life, but in today's case, it is important to know which legal instrument specifically covers good governance in relation to tax. In good governance, respecting human rights ensures transparency, accountability, and the rule of law for fostering trust between citizens and the government. Moreover, in the context of the tax burden, upholding human rights prevents disproportionate taxation that may exacerbate socioeconomic inequalities. International instruments such as the International Covenant of Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights recognize the right to an adequate standard of living, which includes access to essential services like healthcare and education. Overall, upholding human rights in both governance and tax matters is essential for promoting fairness, accountability, and social justice. International laws and agreements provide a framework for governments to adhere to these principles, ensuring that taxation policies and practice contribute to the realization of human rights for all. That being said, it's also important for us to broaden our perspective beyond the borders of our nations, shedding light at these issues within different contexts, specifically within the context of areas affected by armed conflict or under foreign occupation. In this context, the theme of sustainable governance takes on heightened significance, as the intersection between tax burdens, good governance, and the protection of human rights becomes deeply entwined with the realities of conflict and oppression. In such regions, governance structures are often distorted or undermined, with power dynamics heavily skewed towards the occupying force or the conflicting parties. This imbalance of power not only exacerbates economic disparities, but also leads to the erosion of governance principles such as transparency, accountability, and the rule of law. Moreover, the protection of human rights in affected areas is severely compromised, as civilians become caught in the crossfire and subjected to widespread violations. Taxation policies imposed by occupying forces or conflicting parties may further exacerbate the plight of civilians, as resources are diverted towards sustaining conflict rather than meeting the needs of the population. In such contexts, sustainable governance becomes a distant ideal, as efforts to uphold human rights and promote good governance are thwarted by the demands of war and occupation. However, even amidst the turmoil of conflict, the principles of sustainable governance remain essential for laying the groundwork for peace, stability, and the eventual realization of human rights for all affected populations. In closing, as we navigate the complexities of sustainable governance within the framework of the Moot Court competition, it is imperative to recognize the multi-layered nature of the intersection between all of the topics addressed. This competition has provided a platform for us to explore these crucial issues, shedding light on the intricate dynamics at play and fostering meaningful dialogue and engagement. As aspiring legal professionals, it's your duty not only to understand the complexities, but also to advocate for equitable and just solutions that uphold the principle of sustainable governance. Whether we are addressing taxation policies, governance structures, or human rights protections, our actions have the potential to shape the trajectory of our societies and promote positive change. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for those few remarks. And lastly, for this section, we have Honorable Justice Francis Tuyot, who is here also to make his remarks, which is going to actually form the basis of our discussion. Karibu sana, Bwana Tuyot.
Good morning. Let me first start by recognizing Chief Justice Emeritus, who I had the pleasure to serve under for many years and I've known for a long time. Judge, it is good to see you. I see my colleague, Justice Mwaniki Gashoka. We served together at the Court of Appeal. I see Senator Omogeni, a good friend. I am yet to get acquainted, but I hope I will. And the good friend from Palestine, all protocols observed. I have just come from a court session and I had to rush. I had requested that I present my paper at about 12 noon, but I was able to get here a little earlier. I present this paper on behalf of Justice Kimaru, who is a colleague and was not able to be here today. As I walked in, I was able to benefit from hearing the remarks of the ambassador in respect to sustainable governance and tax issues and tax law. So I will not rehash what he has said, and in view of time, I just want to go to the experience from the point of view of the judiciary in respect to governance and how it interplays with the tax burden and the role of the court in trying to promote good governance. Now, this is what Justice Kimaru had to say. The judiciary is bestowed with the duty of making constitutional and legal determinations of conflicts between government and its citizens and alike. It keeps the other arms of government in check, even as they come up with economic and tax policies that affect the general public. It plays a crucial role in achieving better public governance. It enforces human rights, including economic, social, and cultural rights, and protects the interference of these rights by the government. It also ensures that just like the public, the government also follows the law. The courts bear the responsibility, and it is a heavy responsibility, of scrutinizing any laws, actions of institutions and persons, and any other processes to determine the adherence not only to the letter but also the spirit of the Constitution. There will be plenty of laws, rules, and procedures, but when disputes emerge, they can only be resolved in a court of law. I know that there are other alternative dispute resolution mechanism, and indeed under the Tax Appeals Tribunal, or the Tax Appeals Tribunal Act, you will see that there are parties who are disputing questions of tax are sometimes encouraged to pursue alternative dispute resolution mechanisms. So other than matters coming up for resolution in a court of law, there will be those other avenues. However, in the final analysis, is the arbiter would be the court of law, where the other dispute resolution mechanisms fail. In Kenya, the judiciary facilitates settlements of tax disputes between the Kenya Revenue Authority and the taxpayers, while the Tax Appeals Tribunal hears and determines disputes between the commissioner and the taxpayers. And it would be good for all of you to know the distinction between the disputes that are heard by the Tax Appeals Tribunal, which really are disputes between the commissioner and the taxpayers. Those disputes that are not resolved there are escalated to the High Court on appeal, and then there is a right of appeal in respect to issues of law to the Court of Appeal. The court must be careful to make decisions that strike a balance between the interests of the taxpayers and the need to raise enough money for the government in order to construct an effective tax system. And His Excellency the Ambassador had made, in making his remarks, sought to emphasize that there is need for tax to be equitable, and also while the government or the tax collector enjoys the prerogative of collecting taxes, as a hallmark of good governance, it must be shown that that tax has been used for the proper use and for public good. So there is a balance that the courts would have to strike between the interests of the taxpayers, but also the need for a government which has the mandate of the day to carry out the promises that it has made to its citizens. Our courts in many occasions initiate changes in law through their decisions and statutory interpretations. And I know that you must have learnt of this, that in interpreting or making decisions, the courts sometimes develop the law. In Kenya, for instance, we've had many instances. I served at the High Court before I joined the Court of Appeal in the tax division. And I know that many of our decisions informed continuous tax reform. Where there were gaps, the disputes were able to point out those gaps. Today, as you proceed on as you settle in your moot court, be observant in where you can, if you are able to identify any gaps in the law, so that the decisions that come out from the process can be those that can also inform on legislative reform, because that is an important aspect of the courts. So for purposes of what is now before us, allow me to discuss just 4 cases or so that Justice Kimaru identified. And this perhaps then will be able to demonstrate the role of the judiciary in respect to tax disputes. The first is Mount Kenya Bottlers versus the Attorney General and 3 others. This paper will be available to you, and so you'll be able to have the citation of the entire case. Now, in that case, the Court of Appeal reaffirmed the rule that in terms of interpretation of tax laws, the rule to be observed is the strict construction of tax statutes. Now, you will have been taught in your courses the various tools of interpretation of statutes. There will be those that require a purposive approach. But in respect to tax matters, the court will always interpret it on strict construction. Now, tax is a burden to a citizen. And so, for someone to be liable or a taxpayer to be liable to pay tax, it must be demonstrated with clarity that in fact that liability arises. There can be no room for second guessing. There is no room for a cloudy provision. And just like statutes or provisions in criminal law, you must interpret statutes or tax statutes through strict construction. So in this case, in 2004, there was a section 127 of the Customs and Excise Duty Act, which provided the cost of returnable containers shall form part of the exercisable value. Now, you all know about how the shippers bring in goods. Some are brought in open beds of ships, others invariably come through containers. And there was a question as to whether containers, which are ordinarily, containers are just used for purposes of storing the goods against the harsh reality of the journeys at sea. And so containers are ordinarily returned to the shippers. And a question arose as to whether the cost of containers should form part of the value. So the Finance Act 2007 amended Section 127 and removed the returnable containers from the list of amounts expressly excluded from the value. So the Act had this big list, and just to simplify, it said something like, the following shall be excluded from the exercisable value. It is on this basis that KRA assessed the appellant's excise duty on the returnable containers on the understanding that the amendment of the Financial Act could be interpreted to mean that returnable containers were exercisable. Now, the Court of Appeal held that on strict construction, that was not possible. It is not possible to read in or assume that because the amendment did not expressly exclude the containers, then it must have been intended that it was included. And that's just a simple case that shows that the law must be interpreted in a manner that is strict. And the law is interpreted in a manner that is beneficial to the taxpayer. In the weight of balance of power, the government or the tax collector is assumed, or really in reality holds the greater power. And so the taxpayer will have the benefit in terms of construction where there is ambiguity in the provisions of the law. I move on to the second. I don't know, Mr. How much time do I have? Yes. Yes, but very short. Okay. Now there is then Lewa Wildlife Conservancy versus the Commissioner of Domestic Taxes. This related to a charge on fees on park charges. Now, in this case, there was a letter written to the Kenya Revenue Authority. Very often, taxpayers, because of the confusion and the complexity of tax statutes, are unsure as to whether they are liable to pay a tax or not. In this case, Lewa Conservancy, one of the biggest conservancies near Samburu, I think on good advice from lawyers, wrote to KRA and said, look, we have seen your statute and we think, or rather we are not sure whether we are liable to pay taxes. KRA wrote back assuring them that the fees they were charging were exempt from VAT. Later, perhaps it is not clear what motivated the change. KRA decided to tax Lewa on the basis of tax which they had expressly promised was exempt. Now, the court determined that the KRA letter had created a legitimate expectation by the interpretation of the legal provision and could not, 12 years later, act to the contrary. So you can see again the theme there is that once there's a promise made to the taxpayer, it needs to be kept in terms of applying the statute. I will go to the last. I will skip the one so that in the interest of time, I'll go to one that might draw some interest to everyone here. This is on the question of the housing levy, and it's a matter that is current. I will not say too much of it because it is a live matter before the Court of Appeal. But this is there are two issues that I would want to point out. Now, Section 84 of the Finance Act 2023 amended the Employment Act 2017 by requiring that each employer and employee to pay a monthly levy known as affordable housing levy. The purpose of the levy was to provide funds for affordable housing and associated physical infrastructure, as well as affordable home financing to Kenyans. The housing levy was charged at 1.5% of the gross monthly salary of an employee, and employers were also required to contribute 1.5% of their employers' monthly salaries. Now, disputes arose in respect to this matter in the case of Akia Mitata versus the Cabinet Secretary of the National Treasury. The High Court made two fundamental findings. The first was that the introduction of the housing levy could not be made through amendment of ordinary statute like the Employment Act, and that it had to be made under the Finance Act. This again just shows the importance of how government should tax its citizens. Tax laws are, in a sense, extraordinary in that the government is using some sort of coercive power to require citizens to pay or to contribute to projects that are to be implemented. And so the court held that it could only be done through the Finance Act, which is a special statute. The second is that the imposition of housing levy against persons in formal employment to the exclusion of other non-formal income earners to support the national policy is without justification, is unfair, discriminates, and is irrational. Just let me try and make that point, that the housing levy, as I know that there's been, there are attempts to now amend it and so forth, but as it stood then, the persons who are to pay or to contribute to that were those in the formal sector. And so those in the Juakali sector, the farmers in Mashambani, were not required to make the payment. And the court held that this was a discrimination that was not justifiable. It was not a differentiation in terms of, I know you've been taught on constitutional law, but in fact, the courts found it to be discriminatory and unfair. So you can see, I've attempted to demonstrate by just those three cases the role of the judiciary in terms of interceding between the citizen, the taxpayer, and government. The judiciary should continue to carry out will continue to carry out its oversight with respect to the other arms of government in order to promote stability in our country and as a result to provide the essential atmosphere for development. This will help domestic resource mobilization thrive within the rule of law. So as I conclude, I wish all of you successful deliberations in your moot court. I hope we will be here to, I trust we'll be here to watch as you aspiring lawyers. So I hope some are aspiring to be judges and to join the judiciary. I can see one shaking. Okay, so I thank you very much and I look forward. Dean, I see she's really my daughter, my niece, Harriet Wariguru, and I'm very pleased to be here. Asante sana. Thank you very much. I wish I had more time, but we will have opportunity to have some interactions.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Justice Tuyot. Honorable Tuyot, my name is Paul Wainana, Vice Chancellor, Kenyatta University. I'm not yet a learned friend, but I have the duty to produce young learned friends. That's why we are here. And then we have Professor Washeke Wanjohi, who is the Deputy Vice Chancellor in charge of academics. I'm really very delighted that all the people we invited, they did not only come, but actually they really prepared. What you have just given the students is really food for thought. The issues that are here are issues that are current. But you did not come with a position. You came with the content, and actually this is what is going to form the debate that we are going to have for the next 2 days. So I really want to appreciate what you have been doing. our chief guest, Honorable David Kenyan Maraga, the former Chief Justice and President of the Supreme Court of Kenya, and all the category of visitors that we have here, who I earlier recognized, all the people who have made the preparations. I want to take this opportunity to salute you. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. I'm delighted to welcome you to Kenyatta University School of Law, Arts and Social Sciences, Parklands campus for the 12th edition of the All Kenya Moot Court competition. For the 10th year running, Kenyatta University is proud to once again host the All Kenya Moot Court competition, a premier moot competition hosted and organized by Kenyatta University Law students, which bring together students from all law schools in Kenya, as well as industry players. Specifically, represented here this morning are the following law schools: University of Nairobi, Parklands campus, African Nazarene University, Kisii University, Daystar University, University of Nairobi, Mombasa campus, Egerton University, Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology, Karen campus, Mount Kenya University, Uma University, Embu University, Moi University, Strathmore University, Riara University, Catholic University of Eastern Africa, and the host, Kenyatta University. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm especially elated to announce that the 12th edition is a special one, wherein legal experts led by none other than the former Chief Justice, Honorable David Kenyan Maraga, market players, scholars, and students will engage in scholarly discourse on the theme of the moot court competition. I congratulate the All Kenya Moot Court Competition Organizing Committee for this novel initiative. Ladies and gentlemen, this year, the theme of the competition is Sustainable Governance, unveiling the intersection between tax burden, good governance, and protection of human rights. The theme undoubtedly resonates with the current issues at the global, regional, and national level. And from what we have heard, this is actually the bone of contention. This is really a big thing. We all know what is happening, and this is our opportunity to make some inroad. As you are aware, Kenyans have of late been subjected to various direct and indirect taxes. The cost of living is skyrocketing. The number of cases of human rights violation in Kenya is also on the upward trend. Corruption continues to be a serious concern that government has to deal with. Furthermore, some of our leaders who are supposed to promote good governance have actually abandoned the same. The moot questions here, therefore, are: what can the government of the day, you and me, do to sort out these major issues? Do you think the existing laws in Kenya is effective in promoting and protecting the citizenry's fundamental rights? It is in view of these questions and many more that the following thematic areas shall be analyzed in the 12th edition of the All Kenya Moot Court competition this morning. 1, the impact of what seem to be excessive tax obligations on citizens' ability to realize their socioeconomic rights. 2, the significance of public participation in the decision-making processes and its influence on the overall quality of governance. 3, how access to information and transparency contribute to good governance, informed decision-making, and accountability, particularly in the context of tax policies. 4, legal contours of the right to peaceful protest against government excess in taxation and to safeguard socio-economic rights. And 5th, the intersection of technology, data protection, and human rights, considering the implications of government policies on citizens' digital privacy and autonomy. Ladies and gentlemen, through the Moot Court competition, Kenyatta University creates a forum for legal practitioners, scholars, policymakers, and students to engage in open and vibrant discourse on the issues under selected themes and formulate possible solutions. More importantly, it offers an opportunity to pass legal knowledge and expertise to an upcoming generation of Kenyan lawyers. It is equally significant to note that this year's theme of the competition, which we have just said, sustainable governance, and yielding the intersection between tax burden, good governance, and protection of human rights, again resonates well with our philosophy as a university to be sensitive and responsive to societal needs and the right of every person to knowledge. Ladies and gentlemen, I congratulate the participating teams for making it to this level. I'm certain that your participation in the competition is a great milestone in your legal career and also an opportunity for you to develop expertise in this subject area. I believe that the Honorable David Kenyan Maraga, who is very passionate about matters, human rights, and governance, will, in his key address, help you to navigate through the fundamental areas of law. I urge you to proactively engage him and other expertise present to learn as much as possible and also to take this opportunity to learn and observe the ideals and values of the legal profession. I wish you a very fruitful competition and look forward to hearing positive outcome. And for me, I just have two requests. One from those who are participating. I would really want to request that this event doesn't just turn into a drama. There will be a lot of talk, there will be a lot of argument, but I would like the team to go beyond that. What you are discussing is real. Therefore, we need to go beyond theories. We want to go beyond actually trying to dramatize our argument for the sake of winning during the competition. The issues that you are actually addressing should also touch you. Try to find out how can you actually walk the talk, even at your, at your end. That is what I would like to request from the contestants. As for the learned friends, the people here with a lot of experience, I said one of the problems we have been having in trying to retool, in trying to educate the young lawyers, is lack of capacity. The lady who stood here and saying she came from the Legal Education Institute, legal education. Every year we have flagged off that actually we don't have this professor in this area, we don't have this doctor in this area, and we are asking, because we have tried to get more people to actually help us. But every time we are hiring, we interview, we have successful candidates, but the moment we write a letter officially appointing them, they don't even actually acknowledge. Why? Because our appreciation system is really not very good in terms of how we compensate for your work. So we are asking if it is possible to use you, to use your experience. You come here as adjunct professors and at least share something, even if it's just 1 hour. It will actually help the university to make the quality of what we are producing even much better. That is my prayer. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Kenyatta University once again extend its appreciation to the Honorable David Kenan Maraga, Honorable Justice Francis Tuyot, His Excellency Mr. Ezem Shabat, the ambassador in the Embassy of the State of Palestine, His Excellency Sabi, ambassador of Turkey, and all the people actually who have made those comments, and they are here with us to enrich this occasion. I want to say again, we do not take this for granted. We want to also extend our appreciation to the organizers and all of you for gracing this occasion. And therefore, I want to say again, asante sana for coming. Asante sana for coming. To all the competing teams, thank you for honoring our invitation to participate in the 12th edition of the All Kenya Moot Court competition. I wish you a wonderful learning experience and the best of luck in the competition. May the best team win. I was going to also to say Kenyatta University win, but that is not fair. I just want to say, may the best team win. Thank you very much. Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege and honor to say one or two things about our chief guest. I'll just be very brief to say I'm really personally excited to have this gentleman here. If there are some people we can say they are truly role models, he's actually in front of that pack. We know what he has done. We know the fights. I don't want to talk about his papers, but for the years that he headed that important element of our law, we can only actually astound him. Personally, I don't know what to say, because this is a person I would say he fought the good fight, but he is still standing. He is still with us. Let us clap for him. So you are not just one of those people we have invited. We are truly honored for you to be here. We witness all those fights. And it's a testimony that actually you can have those fights and survive. This is a survivor. I think with those few remarks, I want you to be upstanding for us to welcome the Chief Justice to talk to us.
Thank you very much, Professor Wainana, for those kind remarks. Your Excellency, Asam Shapat, the Ambassador, Embassy of the State of Palestine, the Honorable Justice Tuyot, Judge of the Court of Appeal, the Honorable Justice Gachoka, Judge of the Court of Appeal, my Senator Okongo Mugeni, Professor Wainana, the Vice Chancellor of this great institution, Professor Wanjoi, the Deputy Vice Chancellor, and let me also recognize Mr. Kimani Njenga, the President of, is it all Kenyan Moot Court Competition? A young man, you are up for many things. Great speech. So, Vice Chancellor, thank you for the honor and the privilege of inviting me to be here this morning. I'm delighted to join you today as you commence the 12th edition of the All Kenya Moot Competition. I want to thank Dr. Ratemo, the Deputy Executive Dean, Kenyatta University School of Law, Arts and Social Sciences, as well as the students for inviting me to be part of this important event in the formative years of the School of Law students. Events such as this help to build and equip the students with practical skills and the knowledge that is critical to their professional growth. I want to take this early opportunity to congratulate the organizers, students, and the teachers who are behind this great initiative. The broad and balanced invitees to this opening session speaks to the importance attached to this event. It is clear that you want to harness experiences from every sector of society where the lawyers are involved, as you train to also join the profession within a short while. The theme of this edition of the Moot Court is sustainable governance, unveiling the intersection between the tax burden, good governance, and the protection of human rights. As many have already stated, this theme captures a timely and indispensable, as well as pressing national conversation, especially for the young and upcoming members of the legal profession. Senator Mugeni told us that he's actually going to be involved on this issue this afternoon. I'm sure he's looking at his watch. We are finishing very soon, Mr. Mugeni, and we will release you. Indeed, it is a critical events such as moot court competitions, which mirror the current issues that Kenyans are deliberating and debating. It is only in this way that students can relate what they learn in class or in the course of their studies and how this translates to issues that affect the Kenyans on a day-to-day basis. More importantly, the theme and the issues that will be covered in the mock court sessions will assist the students and other participants to appreciate the role of law in society. Back in our day, in the law school, we had topics such as the lawyer as a social engineer. And I remember participating in a moot. It was we didn't call it moot competition. It was really not a moot competition, but we had the privilege and the honor to do it on a program that was on KBC. So to be chosen to participate in that was a great thing. It was run by the late Professor Nyasani, and we used to appear. I remember when I was appearing for the first time, You can imagine the preparation that went into that, to be on the national television. It was the only television anyways, a television station. A television station then, it was extremely important. We did not have as many opportunities and exposure as you have today to learn and relate how theoretical concepts of law translate to and relate to issues that define lives and livelihoods. I trust both the students and the teachers take the Moot Court competition and other similar events as actual learning blocks and steps to prepare the students for their professional life after university. The theme of this Moot competition contains keywords such as sustainable governance, sustainable development, good governance, and human rights. A quick review of the Constitution will show that these words are part of Article 10, as other speakers have already said, of our Constitution, which contains a list of our national values and principles of good governance. The 2010 Constitution, unlike the former Constitution, lists the values and aspirations and the constitutional culture that we should aspire to build as a people. In summary, the Constitution provides the set of attributes that should define the way we govern and are governed, and basically what should identify us as Kenyans in the manner we do things and relate with each other. Topics such as the role of a lawyer as a social engineer find their space and place in the Constitution, which provides us with the framework and the general direction that we should walk as legal professionals. Indeed, the values of sustainable governance, good governance, and human rights are not idle words in our Constitution, but effective and normative values that should guide the manner in which our leaders govern, the responsibilities of citizens, and the conduct of public officers and public institutions, particularly actions done or reference made in the purported implementation of the Constitution, laws, and public policies. Sustainable governance, especially as it applies to governments and the public institutions, refer to the governance that is conscious of the immediate and the future needs of society, and one that, based on this understanding, involves generating policy outcomes that maintain or improve the quality of life for the present and the future generations without placing an unfair burden on future generations. This also means governments need to safeguard the long-term health of their societies, economic, social, and environmental systems. Indeed, sustainable development is one of the national values in our Constitution and is a guiding norm to all governance processes. Good governance, on the other hand, means processes and institutions that meet the needs of society while making the best use of resources at their disposal. It generally means a responsive government that is able to address the needs and priorities of the people, while at the same time balancing the needs of all sectors of society with the available resources. Sustainability and good governance are closely related. The theme seeks to interrogate the relationship between the values of good governance, sustainable governance, fair sharing of the tax burden, and the protection of human rights. While this is a broad theme that brings together diverse areas of law, governance, and development, it is actually a rich conversation to have due to its deep relevance with what governments, including ours, continually struggle with. Again, the Constitution has basic answers that can set off this discussion on the right path. First, the 2010 Constitution contains the most elaborate of the rights that incorporate all groups of people. I'm sure the young people here already know you have interacted with quite a number of constitutions. Ours is one of the most elaborate, especially on the Bill of Rights. It is important, and I'm happy that you are already engaging actively in discussing those values that are there even before you come out of university, so that when you come, you are well grounded on those values. The rights range from economic, social, and cultural rights under Article 43 to the civil and political rights, and even group rights such as the right to culture. More importantly, the Constitution binds the state, its officers, and even third parties to ensure adherence to the promotion of the rights that are protected in the Constitution. Simply stated, our Constitution is a robust document that provides constitutional protection to all conceivable rights that are recognized and acknowledged in society today. Secondly, and more relevant to the theme of this moot court competition, Article 201 of the Constitution on the principles of public finance stated that the public finance system shall promote an equitable society, in particular that the burden of taxation shall be shared fairly. Article 201 further states in the relevant part, and I quote, "The burdens and benefits of the resources and public borrowing shall be shared equitably between present and the future generations," end of quote. What I read from the various provisions in the Constitution is not a contradiction of terms and values, but a call for a careful balance of all the factors in order to achieve what is optimal for our society. The Constitution intentionally seeks to create consciousness in us to recognize that we are not all equal in society, and it is the legitimate purpose of the law, public institutions, and our leaders to bridge that gap. The Constitution also reminds us to leave a prosperous heritage for those who will come after us. What therefore should the government and the leaders do in order to ensure that we achieve the optimal outcomes in society and our people, as contemplated in the Constitution? As you will discover when you delve deeper into the moot court, this question has no easy answers. There is no defined and set line that well-meaning governments should take in order to maximize opportunities. It is a careful assessment of the needs of the citizenry, the potential and the sustainable ways to raise resources to address those needs, and seeking to build consensus around plans so as to ensure effective support by all the people. The Constitution provides for, in great detail, the need to seek the views and participation of the people in important decision-making processes. Indeed, the Constitution recognizes that all power that is exercised by public institutions and elected or appointed officials is power that is donated by the people, and that the radical title to such a power belongs to the people themselves. This therefore behoves leaders and the public institutions to seek legitimate ways of harnessing the voice of the people and to have their legitimate and genuine input in governance processes. I'm sure you have seen instances where laws, actions, and actions of government, and even policies and budgets have been set aside for fouling the public participation expectations that are placed in the Constitution. A lot has been said already about the importance of public participation. I don't want to belabor the point. Where leaders conscientiously seek the views and the input of the people, the outcome will be sustainable and the good governance will be achieved. The makers of our Constitution thought very, very carefully and borrowed from areas that this has worked very well. There are times some people think that Wanjiku in the village doesn't have anything to say about what should be done in the country. Go out there and talk to them, and you will be surprised of the novelty of ideas that come from there. I recently finished the exercise of the task force on the police reforms, and it involved, when we were talking about it, it involved going back to the people. Midway in that process, we were requested to bring on board the National Youth Service. We had already gone around the country, and I said we must go back. We must go back the second time, because the views we gathered were not focused on National Youth Service. And when we went back, we were told a lot, and we saw that. So the issue, things like public participation is a key thing that the courts have enforced vigorously, and it is important that you appreciate that at this early stage. Effective participation of the people, while critical to good and sustainable government, is only possible when it is premised on informed citizenry. The Constitution protects the rights of citizens to seek and get information from the public institutions. The notice that should be given to the public before you go seeking their views. Sometimes the administration and other institutions gloss over that, wait until they come to the courts, and they are surprised, and they go out making a lot of noise. But we have the courts have. I'm happy the courts have stood firm on that. The Constitution protects the rights of the citizen to seek and get information from public institutions. However, our public institutions should go beyond this requirement and provide information to the public, and in an accessible format, in order to foster and encourage public participation and engagement. Where such engagements are manifestly lacking, the government policies and plans are likely to get a hostile reception and opposition from the people. Sometimes the people's hostility is fueled by an information gap, and the government can address this by making an effort to inform the citizens. Technology has made it cheaper, easier, and faster to reach and engage the public. Public governance processes should take advantage of the opportunities presented by technology to share their plans and agenda with the citizens and to objectively gauge citizen responses to plans. Technology has also great potential to improve and enrich governance processes, and the government can take advantage of this to enhance the quality of its agenda and the public ownership where it is deployed and used objectively. The government can reshape and redefine the activities. In conclusion, I wish to end from where I started. I want to reiterate that the law plays an important role in shaping the collective destiny of societies. Indeed, law defines the norms the societies wish to abide by and whose construction and interpretation ends up bringing the desired social change. This is especially important where the people, leaders, and institutions of governance are doubly conscious of the need for sustainable and good governance and the need to protect fundamental rights. Young people, you will shortly join the legal profession out there and take part and become active players in different areas of the legal profession. You are learning the law at a prime time when the constitutional dispensation seeks to promote all the positive ideas for our society and advancement, for our society's advancement. It was not always the case that the law is aligned with progressive values as contained in the current constitution. Indeed, in some instances, it became a duty and a good conscience to oppose the manner in which the law was interpreted and applied. I call upon the students to take advantage of the opportunities that have been availed and the positive environment to learn what is right and to pursue in your young and budding career that which is positive in society. The topic of good governance, sustainable development is a pet subject in many international fora. You're preparing yourself for that fora. We want you to go out there well equipped. We want you to understand what all this means, so that when you go out there, when you get employment in some of those institutions, you're ambassadors of this nation. You're ambassadors of this nation in the way you interact with others and express yourselves in those areas. First and foremost, for your own benefit. Secondly, as I said, as an ambassador of this country. Thank you for listening to me. It is now my singular honor and privilege to declare the All Kenya Moot Court competition officially open.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Our chief guest remains standing as I request the Vice Chancellor to present the gift from the President of the AKMCC, please. Makofi bado, well done.
Thank you for gracing our event, All Kenyan Moot competition.
Makofi. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I would still request the guests to remain seated as I invite our student coordinator, Hamisi Ombasa, to give a vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. It has been such an honor to be part of this auspicious occasion. On behalf of the steering committee of the 12th edition of the All Kenyan Moot Court competition, I would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed chief guest, the Chief Justice, Emeritus Honorable David Maraga, and the two judges of the Court of Appeal for gracing our event. Thank you so much for accepting our invitation and for making time to be with us today. To Ambassador Hazem Shabat, Senator Okongo Mogeni, and all the consulars that are present, we are honored by your presence. We welcome you to Kenyatta University School of Law, and we look forward to partnering with you in future. We also thank the Kenyatta University fraternity, led by our beloved Vice Chancellor, Professor Wainana, for always supporting us. And to the Deputy Executive Dean, Dr. Tom Ratemo, thank you for being the cornerstone of this successful event. We equally appreciate all the partners for supporting this good cause. Your efforts are evident. You are impacting the society through all the young people that are participating in this particular event. To the participants, without whom this competition would be meaningless. We cannot express our gratitude enough for your trust in us. And finally, to the entire Kenyatta University student fraternity, we also thank you for making time to be here with us. Before I conclude, I'll request all of you to give a round of applause for yourself, for making it here. So with that, I would like to wish all the teams all the best as you start your competition. May the best team win. And in conclusion, have a good afternoon and bon appetit.
Thank you so much, Messi. Our chief guest, we have come to the end of this very important ceremony for us at Kenyatta University. And of course, for the AKMCC, we are now going to the other session, which is the official photo session, and this will happen across the road on the other side. But allow me to guide the photos as they will. We will have one photo of the high table, followed by another one, high table, Kenyatta University, management, the executive deans and deputy, and all the invited guests to also join in the second photo. And then the third photo will be high table and the partners who are here, and the final photo will be high table, the AKMCC organizing committee. That will be the order, and you will be guided accordingly. For now, allow me then to request that we will allow the high table to leave first, followed by the guests invited, and then thereafter. But after that, we will have lunch. And I'm requested, therefore, to also do a short prayer so that whatever we'll nibble is also blessed. Lord, in the name of Jesus, we are grateful for the function that we've just had. And Lord, as we head to the end of it, which we appreciate your presence in here, Master, we ask you to bless the food that we are about to take, Lord, that we take it after your blessings. But more importantly, Lord, as our guests leave, may you guide them, give them journey mercy. Till we meet again, Lord, we'll glorify your holy name. Lord, hear us. And now allow the movement to go as guided. High table first, please.
How we lost the hospital. Oh, yeah, I'm a member of the early.
Okay. Good afternoon. May I have your attention for a second? Immediately after lunch, we have a very interesting and insightful panel discussion for the conference, which you don't want to miss. Please make a point after lunch, immediately at 2. Let's all gather back here for the conference. And yeah, you will love it. All right. Enjoy your lunch and see you at 2 p.m. for the conference. Thank you.
wenye watakuja after this wata occupy the back seats. You can occupy these 5 seats.
Mismanagement of funds, endeavoring to unearth how these practices corrode good governance and hinder the realization the role of accountability measures. The competition will chart pathways to enhance transparency and counter financial impropriety.
AKMCC's scope extends beyond the core theme to encompass the following areas of vital interest. 1. Good governance and public participation. What does it mean to have good governance? Anchored in Article 10 of the Kenyan Constitution, governance embodies the decision-making process by state organs in order to influence decision-making. AKMCC seeks to analyze the impact of taxation on citizens' socio-economic rights. Additionally, AKMCC will analyze the impact of public participation on the citizens' decision-making process. It will also analyze the impact this has on good governance.
The right to protest and police brutality during protest. In response to the high cost of living, citizens were seen marching in the streets protesting against the high cost of living. In retaliation, the government deployed police officers to control the situation, resulting in police brutality. The 12th edition of the All Kenyan Moot Court competition will delve into the legal dimensions surrounding the right to protest, the limit on government intervention, and the protection of human rights during this protest. Further, the competition will seek to analyze the balance between maintaining public order and protecting human rights during this protest.
IT, data protection, and human rights. Lastly, the competition will consider the intersection between technology, data protection, and human rights, considering the implications of government policies on citizens' data privacy and autonomy. Participants will examine on how the use of technology, data collection, and surveillance impact human rights. They will propose legal frameworks that ensure data protection while promoting technological advancements.
The competition aspires to unravel the intricate connections between sustainable governance, tax burden, and the protection of human rights. Through this competition, we hope to cultivate a culture of sustainable and inclusive governance through the promotion of human rights and sustainable development in Kenya. As we embark on this intellectual journey, let us embrace the spirit of legal excellence, innovation, and inclusivity that defines the All Kenyan Moot Court competition.
We look forward to seeing you in the 12th edition of the All Kenyan Moot Court competition.
The All Kenyan Moot Court competition is the premier national moot court competition that is organized by Kenyatta University School of Law students. Now in its 12th edition, the AKMCC brings together all law students from across the country to research, make written and oral submissions on a hypothetical moot question that is always themed at a topical national issue, particularly in the field of human rights, rule of law, and good governance. This year, the competition prides itself for having attracted the highest number of teams in its 12-year history.
AKMCC has allowed these students to grow their public speaking, advocacy, research, and various skills together with their knowledge on various human rights issues in our country. Through its partnerships, AKMCC has allowed the knowledge of various professionals to bring perspective to much needed issues in our country through the moot, research, and conference categories. AKMCC has truly gotten better year after year, having been graced by various renowned individuals in the legal profession. And this year is no different.
The 12th edition of the All Kenyan Moot Court competition transcends mere tradition. It embarks on a journey to look into the intricate connection between human rights issues. The theme, Sustainable Governance, unveiling the intersection between tax burden, good governance, and the protection of human rights, sets ground for the profound exploration of legal issues and their implication on the society. In response to the escalating imposition of taxes by the Kenyan government in order to alleviate foreign debt and to bolster government revenue, the competition seeks to scrutinize the multifaceted consequences on individuals' livelihoods and the socioeconomic rights amidst inadequate governance.
At the core of this, the competition recognizes that taxation is a social good necessary for the citizens to access basic services. However, it also recognizes that the current taxation has allegedly undermined the citizens' ability to access basic needs such as food and housing due to the high cost of living. By addressing this concern, AKMCC aims to cultivate a sustainable and inclusive governance for a prosperous future.
Access to information is the cornerstone to any thriving democracy. The 12th edition of the All Kenyan Moot Court competition will explore how access to information and transparency contributes to good governance, informed decision-making, and accountability in the context of tax policies. Participants will examine how easy access to government information ensures responsible and responsive governance while upholding human rights.
Drawing inspiration from Article 11 of the International Covenant on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights, this area highlights the right to housing, food and clothing as the integral aspects of adequate standard of living. In the 12th edition, we shall seek to draw a nexus between high taxation and the realization of socio-economic rights. In particular, we shall try and highlight how high taxation influences the realization of socio-economic rights. We shall therefore try and strike a balance between revenue generation and the continuous realization of socio-economic rights.
Sustainability in governance and economics. The concept of sustainability, which encompasses both social and economic dimensions, occupies a pivotal role in AKMCC. Participants will embark on the exploration of the long-term consequences of governmental decisions on tax burden, while also evaluating the potential ramifications for future generations. By dissecting the social and economic aspects of sustainability, the competition will appraise how tax policies can be implemented and designed to ensure that sustainable development is achieved while also concurrently upholding human rights.
Transparency, accountability, and eradicating corruption. Woven as a fundamental thread throughout AKMCC, transparency and accountability will be examined within the context of tax policies and their cascading effects. The competition will undertake a meticulous analysis of issues such as corruption and mismanagement of funds, endeavoring to unearth how these practices corrode good governance and hinder the realization and promotion of human rights. In an emphatic acknowledgement of the role of accountability measures, the competition will chart pathways to enhance transparency and counter financial impropriety.
AKMCC's scope extends beyond the core theme to encompass the following areas of vital interest. 1. Good governance and public participation. What does it mean to have good governance? Anchored in Article 10 of the Kenyan Constitution, governance embodies the decision-making process by state organs in order to influence decision-making. AKMCC seeks to analyze the impact of taxation on citizens' socio-economic rights. Additionally, AKMCC will analyze the impact of public participation on the citizens' decision-making process. It will also analyze the impact this has on good governance.
The right to protest and police brutality during protest. In response to the high cost of living, citizens were seen marching in the streets protesting against the high cost of living. In retaliation, the government deployed police officers to control the situation, resulting in police brutality. The 12th edition of the All Kenyan Moot Court competition will delve into the legal dimensions surrounding the right to protest, the limit on government intervention, and the protection of human rights during this protest. Further, the competition will seek to analyze the balance between maintaining public order and protecting human rights during this protest.
IT, data protection, and human rights. Lastly, the competition will consider the intersection between technology, data protection, and human rights, considering the implications of government policies on citizens' data privacy and autonomy. Participants will examine on how the use of technology, data collection, and surveillance impact human rights. They will propose legal frameworks that ensure data protection while promoting technological advancements.
The competition aspires to unravel the intricate connections between sustainable governance, tax burden, and the protection of human rights. Through this competition, we hope to cultivate a culture of sustainable and inclusive governance through the promotion of human rights and sustainable development in Kenya. As we embark on this intellectual journey, let us embrace the spirit of legal excellence, innovation, and inclusivity that defines the All Kenyan Moot Court competition.
We look forward to seeing you in the 12th edition of the All Kenyan Moot Court competition.
The All Kenyan Moot Court competition is the premier national moot court competition that is organized by Kenyatta University School of Law.
Rise, stretch a little bit because we need to prepare to be wowed. Because I can assure you that the people that you're going to be listening to for the next 1 hour have great insights, and I am very glad to see most of the participants. Are what you might encounter in the various questions that will be posed to you through the rounds. So yeah, in case you have a friend, even if it's from a different school, just ask them, text them, kindly come on, yeah? So yeah, kindly let's rise. Hiya, let's stretch. Just stretch, just as freely as you can. Also, have I just said how amazing you people look? I am convinced you should bring up a policy, one official wear a day per week. Manaka vizuri, but anyway, yes. Okay, we may have our seats. So allow me to introduce our panelists for this first session. And our first panelist is none other than one of our alumnus, Makofi Kwanza. And this is none other than Mr. Benjamin Mwamburi. So kindly come up on stage. So Mr. Benjamin Mwamburi is a lawyer. He graduated from Kenyatta University School of Law. He has made presentations on different bills different bills before the parliamentary service, different parliamentary committees, including on the Public Participation Bill 2023. Equally, he has written a lot of opinions, blog posts. Have you read his blog posts, please? Amazing writer on parliamentary independence and public participation at institutional level. Ladies and gentlemen, Benjamin Mwamburi for us. Next up is an individual who has, even in his individual capacity, been very integral to the committee and EKMCC in general. And this is none other than Mr. Mohamed Salat. Mr. Mohamed Salat. He is an economist and public finance management specialist with over 12 years experience working in government and with the civil society to strengthen public finance management in Kenya and the region. He currently works with the Institute of Public Finance as Senior Programs Officer and supporting various government agencies through tailored capacity strengthening programs. So equally, prior to joining the civil society, Mr. Mohammed has held various high-profile government positions. You see, we invite important people, please. Including Chief Officer Finance and Audit Services and Chief Officer, Office of the Governor in Wajir County, and Director of Budget and Expenditure Management in Machakos County. Ladies and gentlemen, please once again for Mr. Salat. Finally, and last but not least, Mr. Hilary Onami. Please join us on stage, Mr. Onami. So Mr. Onami is a public policy expert with over 15 years experience in public policy research and analysis, policy development and advocacy, strategic planning and public finance management. He is currently the Director, Public Policy and Research at ISPAC, the Institute of Certified Public Accountants in Kenya, where he also served as the Senior Public Policy Analyst and Manager in charge of devolution, branches, and international relations. So, ladies and gentlemen, once again, Mr. Onami. A few seconds, I cross over. So just a brief introduction, yeah? Of course, we have done the bios and we have seen that we are ready to be wowed in the next 50 minutes or so, yeah? But just to get a bit of insight into what inspired your interest in public policy, consultancy, and also, all of that more or less ties back to sustainable governance. So perhaps if we could get your individual experiences that probably led to all of that.
Well, unfortunately, the downside of having a very brief bio is that once you're introduced, there's nothing else to add. But let's say, as everyone else says, when I was young, most stories start when we were young, correct? Growing up, I grew up in Coast, but then I also come from the northern parts of the country. Once I say that, for most people, you understand. So for a very long time, I had an interest in finding out how government works and how budgets. I was fascinated with issues around budgets from a very young age. I think the first time is when I had the CS, or at that time they were called the Ministers for Finance, speak about a budget. And for a very long time, that sparked my interest in studying business or understanding budgets and all that. And in the end, it culminated to me being an economist or studying economist. But that is now the official version of it. The second version of it is that I wanted to be a lawyer. Before my dad told me that lawyers are liars. That is not me, that is my father. So, and he was like, at some point you'll find someone, and allow me to use Swahili because he used Swahili. And he said, utapata mtu amedhulumiwa, and just because you're very good at your arguments, utamdhulumu mara ya pili. And before God, that is not right. But that is not what we do. I was just sharing a background story and a brief of myself. Asanteni.
Hello, good afternoon. My story can't start from when I was young because I believe I'm still young. But I think even since my university days, I had a really strong interest in public interest, law, litigation, that is, governance issues, public participation issues. I wrote a dissertation around public participation. It was titled, I think, An Analysis of the Principle of Public Participation in the Enactment of Electoral Laws. Also, I did my Public Interest Law 2 project prior to the last election. And I did a lot of civic education, Also in the 10th edition of the AKMCC, I saw a presentation from Zalendo Trust then, represented by Philip Gishana. And I thought, we have a lot of convergence in terms of interest at both personal level and organizational level. I threw cover letter, na resume ile kuwasho, I'm here. So I went for an interview afterwards later on, got here, but I still have a lot of interest around that. And even on the work that I do on a day-to-day, because I'm under programs, policy and parliamentary affairs, I still do a lot of research and a lot of writing around public participation. Yeah, and it's good to be back home.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Mine, unlike the rich kids, when I was growing up, the public policy arena was completely out of sight, out of mind, or you could not even think about it. Up to, I remember 2010, I think I studied economics as my undergraduate, and I think that's a story of another day. I think when I first landed in Nairobi and back from the village on my own, we had come to do revision for courses, and all I knew is Kibaki was an economist, and that's what I wanted to be. I didn't know whether I'll become a Kibaki anytime, but that's what I chose to do. But early in my life, I didn't know nothing about public policy until 2009, when I started working in the UNDP and got exposed to the challenges that people face. That's when I understood that there's this field, because one of my mentors then had gone to Europe and did public policy as a course. No university in Kenya was offering that. We were the pioneer students when KU started the public policy master's program in 2011. So we enrolled and we became pioneer students in 2011 and the public policy course. After that, I think it then has become a natural instinct to fight for right to advocate. I remember in 2012, with the help of Article 19 then, I used to work there. I published the handbook on accessing and knowing Kenyan Parliament because it was this amorphous building that only people who are connected and can access Parliament. I think that trying to understand how Parliament works, how do you access Parliament, what can you petition Parliament, that was the beginning of my interaction with Parliament to date. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And actually, I would suggest that we start from your end. No. And my first question would actually be, what is your understanding of parliamentary independence and with the current state with the state of current affairs in the country, would we say that the parliament is independent of influence from the executive?
Well, I think from the history of government, I think you don't want to go, your lawyers and the historians, you understand the way governments over time have come to place until in the era of a democratic, in the area of democracy and parliament being established, it became very crucial for separation of roles between the executive, the judiciary, and parliament. And parliament, as it is, its critical role of oversight, of representation, and what is the other work? Legislation. Yeah. So those critical functions, and in the era of a democracy, it becomes very crucial for separation of roles between the executive, the judiciary, and parliament. And hence, in their establishment and in the architecture, parliament ought to be independent in conducting its functionality. Far from the rigors and the control by the executive or judiciary in that manner. So, the current parliament, specifically, because I don't know, our constitutional nature was designed that this be separate. Practice on the ground, on the other end, is totally against what our constitutional aspirations has been, that there should be independence of role and function, so that they are able to, in their conduct of their oversight role, they're able to make sure that the policies that the executive coming up with are favorable to the people they are representing. Because Parliament, in their nature, are elected by constituents and represent constituents or interest groups. So they need to protect those interests as much as possible. What we have seen in the 12th, 13th Parliament is on the contrary, that to some extent they have become stooges of the executive, and they have lost their independence, as it were. Thanks.
Perhaps to graduate your question a little bit, so saying that you are our youngest practitioner on the panel, perhaps tie it with, while you were studying constitutional law here, the theoretical aspect, because, when we study it in a classroom setup, yes, we have amazing lecturers, by the way, but, it tends to have a very theoretical approach to it. So how would you tie that in, and now from your practice since graduation?
Okay, first I think I'd want to give it a bit of historical context, because parliamentary independence seems very platitudinous right now. It becomes a cliche when we speak about it on a day-to-day, but that wasn't the case in the 80s and 90s, because the fight for parliamentary independence, which was very strong in the 80s and 90s, especially through Kina Orengo at that time, the Sita Sita, Saba Saba, and Nane Nane, as we came to know them, was through the inter-party parliamentary group, and they were voting for constitutional and electoral reforms. And that morphed in 2000 into a draft bill led by brilliant brains like the likes of Professor Yashpal Gai. And then when Kibaki came into power, the Constitution of Kenya Reforms Commission then submitted that bill to the Kibaki government. But then that bill was distorted, and it was resubmitted into what we later came to know as the WACO draft. And then people opposed it. And so the constitutional and electoral reforms that people thought would come into place after one of their own, who was then President Kibaki, came to power, didn't happen then. And that was the situation until the 2007-2008 election violence. And now, after that violence, I think now it grounded people. People went back to the drawing board, knowing we now need reforms. And then it is then that we had the 2008 National Accord, which was like the second BBI in our history. And then now we had the Bomas draft, which was still the draft submitted in 2000, being put forth. It is the constitution which has come to be known like the best constitution that we never came to have. Because the Bomas draft, again led by still the likes of Professor Yash, had, in its architecture, it had decentralized power from the executive a lot. And so it was morphed into what we now know as the Constitution of Kenya 2010. And you'd agree with me that separation of powers is very loud in our constitution. And that has been echoed by having 3 arms of government and a bicameral parliament. So in its theoretical form, that is how it looks like: 3 arms of government, bicameral parliament, and knowing that one arm of government should not usurp powers or interfere on the works of the other arm of government. Another way of, now thinking of parliamentary independence, it is Now also from the angle of checks and balances, that one arm of the government should provide checks and balance to the other arm so that there is no excesses when it comes to power and the roles that different arms of government are given. So parliamentary independence, in my opinion, would then mean that the parliament conducts its role, which is legislate, represent, and oversight, without interference from any other arm of the government, especially the executive, given our historical context. So yeah.
Lovely, thank you. So, Mr. Salat, as you respond to the question of, parliamentary independence, I would especially love to hear from the aspect of public finance. Yeah, so kindly.
Thank you. Ideally, as everyone has said, independence means a parliament that is sovereign, has its own autonomy, away from the executive's overreach into the decisions that are made by parliament. And from a public finance perspective, it's the issues of oversight. Ideally, parliament is there to oversight the executive. Any budget document, any tax law that is to be implemented within the country has to go to parliament for it to be approved. So in budgetary terms, when we are developing our budget, the expenditure part of that budget, when this budget goes to parliament, it has to see, is this equitable? Do we have investments across the country? Can someone in Turkana say that, I don't know, anyone here from Turkana, Northern District, Wajir, Mandera, the likes, yeah, several of you. Do we have a national referral hospital in those parts of the country? We don't. So ideally, when we're having a budget that is going to parliament, it is to ensure that we have equitable distribution of resources and ensuring that we are investing equitably across the country to ensure that each and every individual has access to government services. So ideally, when this budget goes to parliament, that is what parliamentarians were supposed to check and ensure that, yes, each and every citizen in Kenya is covered in one way or another by this budget that has been implemented, and the budget is implementing the priority for that citizen. I had spoke of a referral hospital in that part of the country. Maybe what they need in that country is water. So ideally is to ensure that what the budget is stating or what the budget is proposing is in line with what the citizens want in that particular part of the country. That is what a budget, or like that is the role of parliament when it comes to development of the budget. With issues with taxation, still, all the taxes that are proposed, parliament is to check on the effects of these taxes on citizens' aggregate demand or the purchasing power of citizens. If we introduce a lot of taxes, then will the citizens be able to cope as a country? Will we have something that remains for you after the government has taxed you? Is this tax equitable? They are the maxims of taxation, what we have to look at for a good tax. Is it going to lead to increase in revenue? For economists, you can tax people up to a certain point, beyond which now you get negative returns. You will increase taxes, but rather than your taxes increasing, they decline. So ideally, parliament is to check on all that and ensure that whatever that we are the burden that we are passing to the people is something that is manageable. And then there's the oversight aspect of things. Once this budget has been approved, you have collected taxes, you're spending the taxes, then are you spending it in a right manner? Have you spent it the same way that you said you would want to spend these taxes? Did you raise the revenue that you wanted to raise? If you missed your targets, then why did you miss your targets? And now that is the oversight aspects of it from a public finance perspective. And I remember last week I was reading an article. I didn't even know that this will be the topic that we are discussing. And I'll take you back to a little bit of history. I was looking at what politicians were commenting on at that time. Two people, they're still in our political space. The former vice president, currently in opposition, His Excellency Kalonzo Musyoka, and Mr. Ababu, the CS for sports, and youth. Is it sports? And youth is in that. Ababu na Mwamba. And they had a lot of praise for this constitution in terms of the power that we are bestowing on parliament, including taking the absolute power over president, what we had been accustomed to at that time. And by that time, they were speaking of, it was the future. We're not yet here. So just a pause and reflect moment for me. I was like, okay, what have we achieved? Because at that time, we painted a very good picture of an independent parliament with committees that are very strong, that had the powers to summon people just like the High Court of Kenya. And now I was looking at that in terms of public finance, and can we say that we have an independent parliament? So from what we are seeing currently, we are having members of parliament holding crucial leadership positions in the current parliament, in political rallies, asking the president to bring in a bill. We are going to approve it and all that. It's like we are delegating our oversight role and the powers of the parliament to the executive. Thank you.
Interesting. So now to move it further away from the executive, because there is that aspect of, the linkage with the executive, but can we also say that the parliamentarians themselves seem to be advancing their personal interests in the bills that, they push for, they advocate for, they pass through the houses?
So ideally, there's a very big debate between political and public loyalty. For parliamentarians, are they loyal to their political parties, or are they loyal to the people that have elected them? And the Constitution is very clear on the role of a parliamentarian is to represent. Article 1, I think it's the issue of sovereignty, which you can now exercise directly or indirectly through your elected representatives. And it is believed that that member of parliament, by voting for them in parliament, the first right or the first priority that they are going to propagate or they are going to advocate for is the right of citizens. And then now, your personal interest and political interest now come after that. But then how is our politics designed? Our politics is designed in such a way that party loyalty plays a big role. Let me just say, by use of an example, in the last election, we know that if you are nominated and you hold, let's say, a UDA ticket from a particular part of this country, what was stopping you from becoming a member of parliament or a governor was just the election happening. If you come from some part of this country and you had an ODM ticket, what was stopping you from representing the people was just at the date of the election, we had not reached the election. You're just waiting for the election to confirm, and you walk either to parliament, to senate, or any other representative position for the citizens. So if our politics is designed in that manner, then it means when you go to parliament, who will your loyalty be? Your loyalty, it will lie with your political party, because in the next election, we are not going to give you the party ticket. If you don't have the party ticket in particular areas, that is close to political suicide. So ideally now we are having now the party loyalty plays a big role. And we've seen that also in the last parliament, that at some point, when certain politicians tend to tell the executive that we need to go slow, we had engineered changes in the various committees. Just because you're saying certain things, just because you're not advancing the executive's priorities in parliament, then you're no longer fit to represent us in parliament. So what happens? You're kicked out of the committees. Holding the leadership of some of these committees has also other benefits. So at some point, there's a big pull between, should I be loyal to my political party, or should I be loyal to the citizens? And the nature of our politics and the cost of our politics, maybe Mwamburi can speak better, because they've done a lot of research on the cost of politics. The cost of our politics is in such a way that you cannot stand and fight a political party that has the resources. So at the end of the day, we are having a situation where you have to you have to stand with the political party, as opposed to now investigating or representing the people or asking the questions on whatever we are imposing on the citizens. Is it right? And a good example is the previous finance bill. Some of the members of parliament, I won't be mentioning names, who had voted for that, were recently in their villages telling farmers not to pay certain taxes on the produce. Coffee farmers do not register on the eTIMS, electronic tax invoice management system, do not pay these taxes. Someone as high profile as the deputy president had said that he was in conversations with the president. The last finance bill had some things, so we will want to change. So at some point, it's the political, we look at the political party, but then down the road, when we realize that it's very hostile, then we start speaking about some of these things. So when the earlier we can change that is in the next finance bill. That is like an entire year of suffering for the citizens that have elected you to represent them. Thank you.
Maybe on the same question, what I can highlight is that, one, on the question, he's touched on the cost of politics. It is very expensive to campaign successfully. I'd give an example. A member of parliament averagely spends 60 million shillings on the law for their campaigns. A member of parliament earns around 1 million, then put taxes into it, around 700,000. If you don't belong to any committee, so no allowance. You have grants and loans that you need to pay. That means you can't even get that amount of money by the next election cycle. So what happens, and we've seen it a lot in our elections, is that it is parties that fund their members to run for elections. So that would consequently mean that when that member of parliament gets to power, then as he's mentioned, he's more loyal to the party. And I don't believe there's anything like personal interests when it comes to the lawmaking process in itself. It's either you are holding the interests of the executive in the name of the majority party, or you're actually preferring the interests of your constituents in any form of legislative output that you put out there in parliament. And I'll give an objective example. In the first year of the current government, 8 bills were passed into law. And out of those 8 bills, 7 bills were what we refer to as money bills. And those bills are all government-sponsored bills, meaning it is bills that have been put forth by the majority leader and they are passed into law. And even that one bill that was passed into law that was not a money bill was an amendment of the IEBC Act to add the number of panelists, not panelists, but rather the number of committee members in the IBC panel. Also, what was a legislative priority for the executive. That should tell you that even as a member of parliament, if you want to do any form of legislative reform, and members of parliament will tell you that, that will come second after government-sponsored bill. The parliament is referred to as the people's palace by the Romans for a reason. And the reason being, parliamentarians should be the voice for their people. And we have 290 constituencies, so that we have 290 opinions on different issues, different governance issues. But that has not been the case, and the effect of that is erosion of parliamentary independence, and you find that the bills that are eventually passed into law, especially on taxes and things that would otherwise aggregate and disintegrate our human rights as Kenyans, are what are given priority in the House, and we end up suffering. So parliamentary independence is tied a lot to the cost of politics in Kenya, which is tied a lot to the lack of a campaign financing regulation in the country, which is consequently tied to our leaders just, not putting the priorities of the citizens, mbele. So that is the current predicament that we are in right now as a country. And it is clearly shown by the type of legislation even that is being pushed and bulldozed in the House right now. A good example, the voting of the Affordable Housing levy bill rather is taking place today in the Senate, and you'll see how your senators vote vis-a-vis what you want as the constituent of that senator. So yeah.
Thank you so much. And even as you respond to the question, I'm wondering how can we propose ways to counter this? You know, in terms of now the interests at stake. How do we counter this possible solution?
Well, thank you so much. I think, first of all, the power of the purse is a very huge task that Parliament was given to approve budgets and allocations in a manner that is aligns to the constitutional provisions and principles of, making sure that there's equitable distribution of resources across the country. And I think my colleagues have spoken as much. I think the issue about public participation, the Constitution opened it up to the rest of the citizens. That yes, we are a million of us, but only 100,000 of us, but only one will represent our interests. And we have that power to recall. And I think most of it relates to also the architecture of our politics in the country, that in a manner, the accountability frameworks that have been put in place, the checks and balances, both from the executive to Parliament, and Parliament, even with Parliament within itself, that that the Constitution Article 1, it's we the people, and the Parliament is just a reflection of who we are as a people. If we are not able to participate actively in the budget making process, making sure that our inputs, our comments are taken on board, and when they are not taken on board, the Constitution itself provides provisions for us to recall. But we have never exercised that power as a people. That 1 year, 2 years, you're not performing, we recall you as our representative. But the level of exposure as citizens, as people, continue to increase. I cannot say we are at the place we were in 2010 or in 2015. Definitely, given the interest the people showed in the Finance Bill 2023, it tells you that the people are increasingly becoming aware and participating in the budget making process. So it's not just our MP. So that's a bit of it. He spoke about campaign finances and how the MPs get in. You've had the term of budgeted corruption or the interest. So if I spend so much to get in, I need to recoup within the 5 years. He did the math. It doesn't add up. We have been in this process for far too long. From 2013, tried to push for the establishment of a Campaign Financing Act, and you see, we're trying to address the challenges at the root cause. Yeah, because we need to make our politics, what should I say, not be able to pay as much. So I think because they're able to determine their salaries, they're able to determine their pay, their allowances, everything goes. Yeah. But as a people, if we're able to come in and make our politics as dissuasive as possible through campaign financing, making sure that we have enough frameworks to check how much can you spend in financing in a manner that even your salary within those 5 years is able to cater for what you're investing into politics. Unless we address that, we educate our electorate as much as possible to be well informed, to hold their representatives to account, to petition Parliament to recall a member. We have seen at least to some extent impeachment being done, but at that level. But we are not seeing as much input from the citizens to recall members in a manner that they know that you're either representing our interests or our interests, or you're not. Then they're able to be recalled. Again, there are frameworks. I think increasingly, even as we increase representation, Parliament works through committees. How do we make sure that the committees are doing their work effectively, and the recommendations that these committees are making are able to be implemented in a manner that if they are oversighting and they have called out specific oversight yields, that the reports they're making are able to be implemented and are able to see the light of day. It's only then that we're able to, when we have proper sanctions and deterrence mechanisms, that we will be able to know that, you see, the oversight is working and it's becoming effective and they're becoming more independent. So I think enhancing the capacity of the committees, again, the people, the level, the people, the manner and the level of people we elect to Parliament is a critical issue. I think we've tried to legislate that in terms of academic qualifications and the manner and the caliber of people. We have been unsuccessful. So as long as we get garbage in, we'll still expect garbage out. We should not expect so much, really. But I think we need to make sure that the caliber of people, though I don't know what happens when people get to Parliament. I think we have seen very good civil defenders get into Parliament, and once they get in, they kind of are muzzled by the rest of the people. And as they say, if they can't beat them, you join them. They've all ended up joining a bandwagon. And we have very few or less people defenders in Parliament, so to speak. So I don't know what we can do, but it lets down to our culture as electorates. If we still expect the MP to provide CDF, to provide bursary, to provide roads, and yet in his role and his JD, none of those relate to his JD. Yeah. So as a people, unless we stop gathering to the MP's homes to get for stipends, for handouts, and expecting them, if you have not contributed in the funeral, you're not electing you. But that's not my mandate. That's not what you chose me to do. Yeah. So I think it starts right down from an informed people, informed electorate who knows what the roles and responsibilities of MPs will be, and goes down up to us as a nation, knowing what caliber of people, selfless leaders who will be in there, not for their personal gain, personal interest, but for the interest of the general public. And we can only do that when we will have exercised our recall mandate.
And to pick up from the power to recall, I'm curious now, and to move into the question of accountability and public participation especially. So now I'm curious, especially with the question of tax policies. What would we consider to be best practices when we're considering the question of public participation, especially in the implementation and in the implementation of tax policies?
Well, taxation is just a tool towards development and attainment of socioeconomic rights, because for it's said, things that are sure is tax and death, from time memorial. So taxes are just a means for us to collect the resources that we have to be able to provide those public goods and services that will be. So just like there is no representation there's no budgets or taxes without representation. Yeah, so it should be commensurate that we are contributing so much, we expect so much in terms of level of service delivery. So to answer your question, the Constitution and already provided the principles of public participation and consultation. As to the mannerism, we have adopted different sets of and forms of public participation. Mostly it becomes like, just meeting the legal thresholds, or sometimes even public, PR stands that we have conducted public participation. But effective public participation is where the citizens know what they want. They're able to agree on their priorities, and those priorities are then, budgeted according to the interests, the things that are pressing most at that particular moment. And this comes from very bottom pyramid. We have a few examples of public participation frameworks that have worked in different jurisdictions. I think the previous regime, we had Makueni County having a very good, robust public engagement framework from the ward level to the constituency to the county level, in a manner that people know what their priorities are, and that is what we are going to budget and prioritize in the budget. So even at the national level, as it were, increasingly we are able to get submissions, increased level of submissions, and we get to know, get feedback on what either Parliament considered, why they considered or did not consider some of the proposals that have been set, that the public made, and in that way it becomes a conversation that yes, you had proposed these as your priorities, but looking at a bigger picture, this is where we think we should focus on, given our circumstances now and our ability to meet on the budget provisions. Yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Moburi, to pick up on the same question, I would especially love to hear from the perspective of civil society organizations.
Okay, first I think some of the best practices that we can adopt as a country is one, having an open debt policy. There's a direct correlation between our debt and our taxes. And the correlation comes from, our budget is usually made from the amount of revenue that we can raise as a country. And then if we don't meet our revenue targets, then we end up borrowing money to cover up for the debt, for the budget deficit. So then if we don't have measures in place to make sure that there is oversight and there is meaningful engagement, especially from the common citizen, to understand that this, if then money is lost in between implementation of government projects, then that means there will be more debt, and then the government will come and tell you, see, we have debt that is maturing in 2024, in 2025, so what we need is to tax you again. So then if we understand from the point of, if there was enough accountability from our end, vertical accountability coming from the common citizen, putting pressure on parliamentarians to make sure that their oversight all around budget making process and debt is up to tight and up to speed, then we would also have lesser taxes as a country, because we budget a lot for corruption and we end up borrowing a lot for corruption. And I think that is the issue. And a good country, a good case study country that is doing that is Malawi, through what they call their Open Government Partnership, OGP, which is a global initiative. So they have an open debt policy. And also with open debt policy, that would mean a lot of civic education. I'd give an example. In Kenya, 75% of our population are the youth and people below the age of 35. If such people are interested in governance issues and the level of accountability from such a faction of the population is robust, then believe you me, the executive would not be shoving bills and taxes down our throats. So I think even as civil societies, we need to rethink our engagement strategies when it comes to public participation, open debt policies, budget-making processes, especially when approaching the younger populace. We need to think of ways of how then do you have frameworks and engagement strategies that are nuanced to the current generation? Do you have Twitter spaces? Do you have podcasts? Do you have even TikTok as a dissemination platform? So then how do you do that? And I think if we have enough and robust civic education around such processes from a civil society angle, then we have a generation that is well informed. And I think the biggest threat to excesses in the executive is a well-informed citizenry. So.
Even as we seek your opinion, I would especially love to hear, to tie it with whether we would consider that there is a metric. Is there a way for measuring public participation, and how is it realized, if it is realized?
Thank you. I'll start first of all by the best practices. So globally, if you look at most countries, it's an issue of publishing the directives or the tax policies, and you get the experts or every individual, the citizens participating, whether it's direct, being invited to speak before a parliamentary committee, or if it's an online submission that you're going to make. So that happens. Ideally, when it comes to best practice, we are following what the best practices are. But there's now one issue. It's the economic realities of where we are at. We are now in a situation where we need these resources, we need these taxes, because over the last decade, we've accumulated a lot of debt. We've moved in from around 1.8 trillion. The last figures that are available, we are around 11.2 trillion over a period of 10 years. So that is like close to almost 500% increase in our debt. So there's a very popular Swahili saying that says, kukopa ni harusi, kulipa ndio matanga, something of that sort. So we are at the matanga level now, where we have to pay, and who is supposed to pay is you and me. We are the citizens of Kenya. So that is why we are seeing that even though there is very unpopular tax policies or like proposals, we need the money. What do we do? If you look at the last finance bill, 2023 finance bill, yes, most people participated and most people said no to some of these new taxations. But then what happened? Because the government needs resources. So we are in a situation where if you look at the figures for the last, until January, from July to January, we've spent in excess of 760, 770 billion on the debt payments, exchequer issues to debt, or in excess of 750 billion. Our recurrent mshahara for everyone, like the operations, allowances and all that, were like 700 billion for the national government. So we are spending more on to repay our debts than we are spending on even recurrent expenditure. Development expenditure was way below, less than 100 million, 7 months into the financial year. So that we may, in the foreseeable future, see citizens make a lot of noise, but these unpopular tax proposals will still go to Parliament and they will go through because we have to pay the debt that we had incurred. And now this points out to now we as the citizens over the last 10 years, giving sort of a blank check to the government. They've been implementing very high fiscal deficits, the difference between what we are spending and what we were collecting. It has been happening. So now we are in a situation where now we have to participate as citizens. We don't have an option. How many people here have participated or have gone to a budget public hearing for a budget? Looking at law students, the learned fellows. Learned fellows, like how many people have attended a public participation activity to give their feedback? or or like even in our finance bill, we as the students of Kenyatta University, students of law, make the following proposals in a written submission. Have we ever done that? No, we've not. So ideally now I'm coming back to the threshold issue now. And for that is, as per the law, the government is supposed to publicize. It provides enough time between the time you publicize and when the actual public participation should happen. At least the best practice is a difference of around 14 days, 2 weeks notice. People go through the documents and they provide their feedback. But what happens is that sometimes this notice comes at a very short period. It's like 4 or 5 days. You're supposed to provide your feedback. Not everyone will have gone through the bulk. It's like 1,000-page documents, 5,000. If you look at the budget, especially recurrent itself has like 3 volumes for national government, and each is almost 1,000 pages. Development has 2 volumes. It's around 5,000-page document for you to go through, provide your feedback in a period of a week. So for the threshold part of it, the government it's publicizing, but then now the government cannot force citizens now to go to the public participation exercises. Now it's the part of the active citizenry. What are we doing as citizens to participate? Is your voice heard? It's a question that I asked, I think, some time back. I was here in Kenyatta University, and I said, yes, we are seeing that the affordable housing is going nowhere with the political rhetoric and what is happening. Then how are we going to benefit from that? If we have shortages of hostels, are we trying to see a way that now we can benefit from that program? And as the university students pay, it becomes now part of the payment for the affordable housing, getting now affordable hostels and the likes. Now, those are some of the things. Participate. For the things that you cannot change, then how will you benefit from them? Because you'll still pay taxes. For the debts that we are accruing today, who is the future taxpayer? It's you guys who will be joining the job market. You will be helping us pay this debt. Any debt is for the future generations. So we, the people here, are the future generations. We are the future taxpayers. So ideally, the government, as per the law, you publicize, ask people to participate. If one person shows up for that public participation, then that one person will make the decisions for the rest of us, and his signature will show that, yes, there was public participation. Then beyond the public participation, I think where now we are failing is an issue of feedback. And our good brothers at International Budget Partnership, John is in the building, Keynote. They all look at now, do we provide feedback? If you've given a proposal as a citizen or as an organized body like the Institute of Certified Public Accountants or Kenyatta University School of Law students, then if we are not picking your proposals, then why have we not picked your proposal? I think that is where now the government is scoring very lowly in terms of providing feedback. And you cannot provide feedback to each and every individual, ideally, but at least for the things that are, you may find that 1,000 people will provide their feedback, but there is a similar trend on what they were all trying to address. So ideally, for a start, the government should pick on such issues, and it explains now why it was not possible for the government to implement the proposals as suggested by the citizens. Thank you.
Maybe I can quickly mention something. One, I think we have a government that is so willing to push austerity measures to the common mwananchi while evading on their part. We have a president who, in football terms, loves to play more away games than home games. He's out of the country more than he is in the country. And you see, that is quite frustrating for the common mwananchi, because in as much as we are supposed to pay our taxes, then the question is, what is the level of oversight and accountability to these taxes? Allowances getting any lesser? I'd give you an example. We have the National Administration Amendment Bill before Parliament right now, and they are reintroducing the position of CAS, which the court declared as unconstitutional. So we have 50 CASs who clearly we don't need, because so far we have been working without. And that means, and remember they're being paid close to $1 million. So that means 50 million every month added on an already back-breaking wage bill. So yeah, those are some of the problems that we have. On public participation, I think it is very different to say there is public participation and there is meaningful public participation. I think those are two different things. And maybe to take a more legal angle of it, our courts have been really trying to act as the shield when it comes to unconstitutional legislation and processes where public participation has been evaded. A good case would be the Robert N. Gakuru case, where Justice Odunga said having 7 people in a hotel does not in any way, in word or spirit, satisfy constitutional provisions on meaningful public participation. And his sentiments were coming from a point of Parliament is now taking a very tokenistic approach when it comes to public participation. So there's no meaningful public participation. It is, we invite you guys, we take photos so that we say there was public participation, a fulfillment of a quota. And if you look at rights like access to information, Article 35, those are facilitative rights to meaningful public participation. I should attend a public participation forum from a point of information that I'm going to contribute on this, and this is the knowledge that I have. So if, say, the government releases their draft say, budget policy statement, nafikiria kwetu nyumbani nitaita John Muza Madafu. How are they going to interpret that budget policy statement, which is tens of pages, and see how it directly affects them, and so that they can meaningfully contribute to it? So then also the dissemination strategies adopted by the government are clearly failing. Yeah, and it is also something that we need to rethink. Another thing is we lack a public participation framework. We don't have a Public Participation Act more than 13 years after promulgation of the Constitution. And if you look at our Constitution, I think around the 4th schedule, we were supposed to have that act within 3 years after the promulgation of the Constitution. 3 acts have been turned down by that same Parliament. 3 acts, including 3 bills rather, including one by Amos Wako. We currently have a bill before Parliament sponsored by the chairman of the Library and Broadcasting Committee, Honorable Nanok. But even us in the civil society are sure that it will go nowhere, unfortunately so. And that speaks to the willingness of our government and parliamentarians to aid in having a meaningful citizen engagement in our political and governance processes. So, yeah.
Thanks. I think first, allow me to mention that first, the shrinking civic space is clearly contributing to an informed citizenry, because I think what the civil society were to come and the gap that they were to come and fill is to that gap of information provision, educating the public, making sure that the public have adequate resources and skills to interpret, to break down. But I think they seem to have been muzzled up. Those that try to speak, they are either labeled and they're dealt accordingly with goons. And next time you don't speak so much, yeah, or they're already in the eating space with the powers that be. So I think first of all, we need to strengthen our civic space in a manner that they're able to freely engage and capacity build the citizen. The second, I think you mentioned about a tokenistic approach. This is a functionality of many. First of all, there are specific statutory timelines that either Parliament, county government, in that matter, need to provide these documents. And as they mentioned, the documents tend to come in very late, so we have very little time to engage, to engage and to participate in. Over time, we have tried to make sure that the processes are seamless and we're able to contribute. One process leads to the other. if, for instance, at the county level, we have a county integrated development plan that we agree as a county in the next 5 years, this is where we want to be. At the national level, we have a Vision 2030 broken down to medium-term plans. As we speak now, we don't have the medium-term plan 4 that essentially ought to have told us where we should be in the next 5 years. So we are planning this year without a framework of where we should be in the next 5 years. Yes, Vision 2030 is coming in less than 6-7 years. But the aspirations that we had targeted to have achieved by Vision 2030 are far from being accomplished. So what we're saying is we need to have a goal where we need to be, broken down as provided for, and be able to as all of us, target our priorities to reaching that goal. And I think without that framework, then it's like we're shooting in the dark. That's why every other year we are faced with the same perennial issues. We have budgeted, we are unable to meet our targets. We have faced emergencies, which ought not to be emergencies because we anticipate them. Yeah, but every time we are caught surprised, we caught unprepared because we did not adhere to the fundamentals of proper budgeting and proper planning. If our plans were properly undertaken, we should be able to anticipate some of these so-called risks that have been perennial year in, year out. We know for sure that there will be floods in this region, but we don't plan. We wait for Sarikali's idea at that particular moment, of which I think if we were planning effectively, we were engaging effectively, then we'll be able to anticipate some of these changes. But I think we need to empower our people. We need to empower the processes and the institutions that are in there, both at Parliament, making sure that the committees are working. Parliament itself is independent and working effectively. The people are well informed. The organs that we've already established, the audit committees are functional, able to pick issues and they're able to be acted upon. Those that are going against the precepts are brought to book. And we fight with the vices. She talked about corruption and how it's eating in. I think the former president said 2 billion daily, which will have gone in to improving the socioeconomic rights of our people. Thanks.
I like that you've mentioned empowerment of the people, because now that leads us to the conclusion bit of our discussion for this particular panel. And now, and to pick it up from, there's something crucial to this discussion and this whole discourse throughout this edition's theme that Chief Justice Emeritus Honorable Maraga mentioned in his keynote address. And he was talking about the aspect of making information fast accessible and in a convenient format, such that you're not just providing, for example, in my understanding, a PDF document on some drive folder in some link connected to the government domain and expecting that we are a hustler nation, so the hustler will be able to access and then provide their feedback, even though we have given the averagely 2-week notice period, yeah? So going back to this, and also the fact that he highlighted despite the hostility that may be encountered, even as you seek this feedback from the citizenry, countering, or rather going beyond that hostility and still getting feedback and implementing this. So now I would wonder what would be the way forward, yeah? Because we have had very insightful discussion, yes? Thank you. But with this reasoning, with this background in mind, how can we practically encourage, we have spoken about capacity building, and think that especially speaks to civil society organizations. But even besides the role that is played, and critical it is, that is played by civil society organizations, how do we further this discourse now with the other key stakeholders, which includes the non-governmental organizations besides the CSOs, government itself? So yeah, what would be the focus point moving forward?
So ideally, I think what had been missing and what the civil society is currently trying to plug, but with the few resources that they have, is the aspect of civic education. That is the role of government. But then because of that gap, civil societies are trying to come on board. They're trying to get citizens to participate. They're trying to break down these budgets, these decisions into ideas that the person, mtu ako huko chini kwa ground, as we always say, understands. They're trying to break this now, teach them about the budget process, what happens when, what are the roles of some of these offices and all that. So that needs to continue. We are seeing change. Over the last 10 years, things are changing, but the pace is very slow. But we are getting more and more people to participate. Some of these things will be accelerated by the economic situations we find ourselves in. The more the taxes, if I use the layman term, ikifinya watu, then the more the people will want to participate. So in one way, at some point, it is an issue of participating, but then the biggest barrier to people attending these participation sessions is not understanding what you are going to participate in. The bulk of these documents, yes, government produces, especially the national level, they produce citizen-friendly, like a summarized version, but only once the budget is approved, not before. Like, provide this information in a way that can be consumed by each and every individual. That is from the executive's perspective. From Parliament, it's high time that now Parliament performs the role they were elected to perform or appointed to perform. We cannot pass the buck. We are seeing parliamentarians going to State House for development, yet they are the same people who approve these development plans. If you feel that this budget or this document that has been brought to Parliament for approval is not equitable, my constituency is not getting anything in this budget, then why should you go ahead and still vote for it? So we are passing the blame. It's like each and every individual is passing the blame. The citizens are blaming the people that we have elected for not representing us. They are still blaming State House for giving the directives. State House will tell you that the parliamentarians are there to protect you. And at the end of the day, we are the people who have elected all these people who are now pointing fingers at. So at some point, it involves us now as the citizens now taking the responsibility. When you are electing someone, why are you electing someone? You're electing someone because they've given you a 50 shillings or a 200 or a 500 shillings for that particular day, who when he goes to, or when he or she goes to Parliament, they are trying to recoup that investment. Or are you going to elect someone on issues? I think it's high time that now we need to graduate from tribal politics or from party politics to issue-based politics. And it starts with us as the citizens. We are the first line who will elect all these people who, in one way or another, will approve some of these policies or these bills or these acts that we want to see, including how we need to do our public participation. Every year it comes, at least this year it came early. Mostly it comes towards the end of the parliamentary term that everyone is going home and no one approves it. It has come in very early. But then it's still, like, you look at the bill, it still has a lot of gaps that I think most of us, we the civil society, have written to Parliament. We had been called to Parliament to provide some of the reasons why we think the bill is still not adequate. So ideally, even the bills that we currently have, we feel that there are some things that are missing, including public participation across the budget process, if I call it the budget process. Now we have some form of participation when we are developing the budget or when we are approving the budget. Once implementation of that budget starts, we only see reports in government Either the Office of the Controller of Budget, the Office of the Auditor General, or these other oversight institutions will publish reports, or National Treasury or County Treasuries for that matter. They just publish reports, but there is no forum. You're not even providing opportunity. You're not explaining the deviations from the targets that you had. If you wanted to spend, let's say, 50 billion on health within 6 months, and you've only spent 20 billion, the citizens deserve an explanation why that 30 billion was not used, but that is not currently happening. When it comes to oversight now, or like the Auditor General does the audit reports and it goes to Parliament, it's a closed door affair between the committee and the person who was audited. You'll hear that sometimes then an audit report was cleared, or parliamentarians, we had several committees, NYS, Scandal 1, NYS 2, fertilizer. There's a committee, the committee, people are summoned before the committee, they are grilled, and then that's it. We are not seeing actionable points happening. So this is an entire system approach that it's not something that we can only leave to the citizens to address or to the people that we elect. But as I always like to say, it always starts with us. Let's get the right people who we can push. Because now we are getting people in there that once they get in there, they start looking at their own interest, which at some point it is party interest, and at some point it's your pocket's interest or your re-election interest. And that makes it your personal interest. Thank you.
Thank you. I think now at this point, as an organization, we are doing quite a lot when it comes to sharing information, especially in a palatable way, because we deal a lot with youth and women inclusion into political and governance processes, and we've tried that. One, we live tweet parliamentary proceedings, the only organization in the world that does so. So, of course, the common mwananchi, the youth, mimi hata as Mwamburi wouldn't go and watch one session of parliament. But you have Mzalendo Trust live tweeting parliamentary proceedings. We also try to share bills, especially public interest bills, in form of infographics. So a lot of pictorial formats that are more visually appealing, especially to the younger generation. We have a podcast that disseminates parliamentary issues, the Mzalendo podcast. We have the Promise Tracker, which is a civic tech tool that tracks the promises of the current regime, and so on and so forth. So I think just thinking of ways of sharing information in a palatable way. Sharing information is one thing, having someone understand the information you've shared is another, and I think that is very elemental, especially when it comes to political and parliamentary processes. My last sentiments would be, I would speak from the angle of a young person, a youth, is the gift of youth is innocence and idealism. So these, my seniors would tell you that is not realistic. If you go ask them something, but at this point you don't know what's realistic and what's not. And that leaves a lot of room for possibility. Uncertainty leaves a lot of room for possibility. So don't work with a box. Come up with ideas, approach CSOs with those crazy ideas. It's the crazy ideas that are needed at this point. And see what comes out of it. Audacity pays, and it pays in lump sum.
Tumpigie makofi. Well, thank you so much. I think, we've been stated that our problem is not really a revenue problem, but an expenditure problem. I think it's been demonstrated enough times that we're able to live within our means. And every time that we stretch ourselves beyond our means, we go into the same problems that we have existed over the years. Going forward, I think it starts at the tone at the top. If from number one, our focus will be to fight corruption, mismanagement of public resources, and making sure that the small that we're able to get can be able to stretch miles to deliver services. I think having that tone set at the top will be a critical pointer on our reform path. But increasingly, we need to raise a generation that loves this country, a generation of statesmen and stateswomen, a generation that will be selfless in manner that to know that muzzling up wealth for yourself, it's disservice to many that will have gotten the service level that we anticipate as a country. And in forums like this, Moot comes, she will go to the primary level to make sure that the generation that we're bringing up, a generation that will love their country, that will fight for anything for the sake of the Ubuntu, you know, the Ubuntu spirit. We long for such a country for the sake of our future. I think the situations that we find ourselves are so bleak. Sometimes we wonder what the future will hold, but we are hopeful that despite everything else, Kenya is progressing, but we could be further and further ahead if only we will live within the provisions of our constitution. We have that Ubuntu nature in ourselves, and it calls for all of us to continuously engage, participate, call to action, you know, stand up for the right, even when the rest of the masses are not. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Any last words, Mr. Salad?
Well, I think Hillary had said that we need to see more young people participating. You go to public participation, the actual public participations, and it's 40 years and above the people that are participating. Where are the young people is the question that we ask. We tweet a lot, we do a lot of TikTok videos. Please make sure that the next TikTok video you do is informative. Speak about the budget process. Speak about some of these taxes. Speak about we being the future generations that are going to pay these taxes. We are already counting on whatever you're going to earn before you're there. So you need to have a voice on how that is spent. Because whether you participate or not, you will pay. And the thing that is, any revenue that we collect, the first charge is paying for debt. If we collect 100 billion in a month, and our debt repayments for that month is 100 billion, we will pay debt first before we start implementing anything. So we want to see the young people. More and more young people are getting, 20, 30 years ago, the number of people with undergraduate degrees and to date, it's not similar. Like more and more people are going to school. So as more and more of us go to school, then how do we shape the conversation around inclusion, around accountability, around transparency and participation? How do we push for accountability? If things are dying out, how do we make sure that they don't die out? How do we pass the baton to the younger generations? Because the elderly generations will retire. The baton is passed. Some other generations gave it to us. We will hand it over down to Mwamburi. Mwamburi shall have someone to pick it from him and ensure that this conversation does not die. So it's your turn. I know most people say you're the future leaders. No, you're the leaders today. Let's start seeing changes in this country as a result of university students. I wouldn't want to be very political, but around 1992, in the quest for multi-party democracy, university students played a very critical role. In the quest for accountability, let's still say that, yes, things changed in 2024 because of university students who came on board and they changed the conversations. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and we end it on that note. So consider your participation even in this Moot Court competition as a starting point, yes? Thank you. So that marks the end of our first panel discussion. Kindly do not go anywhere. You know, students have the tendency of attending only the first panel. Please please, we have invited very insightful. You see the level of discussion we have had here? Yeah, the conversation continues even in the second panel discussion. So, thank you so much.
As the panel is leaving, I can engage them until you invite the next people here. And they can start by standing up. Thank you. Okay. Now this is just me trying to fill in. Please tell the next panelist wakimbie wasichelewe sana so that we don't lose people. Now we are going to play a slight game. I know we are tired, it's the afternoon, some of us have eaten heavy. I'm not saying we eat heavy, some of us have eaten heavy. So, please make sure that you don't fall. This game might involve some little bit of jumping. Make sure you don't also hit the person standing next to you. And for this game, you need to only remember 4 directions. 4? I'm giving instructions and there are some people who are going to fall right now. Right from left, right. Everyone knows they are right. Please, your right up. Left hand up. Front and back. You know your front from your back. Correct? Okay. Instruction number 1. You say what, how many people have had that game? Say what I say and you do what I say. You say what I say and you do what I say. So let's start. Jump forward. If you cannot jump, you step. If you have high heels like myself, you're allowed to step. Step rather than jump, okay? Okay, jump forward. People are not saying it. The instruction was you say it and you do it. Jump backwards. Jump left. Jump right. Very good, very good, very good. Now, let me make it a little bit complicated. You say the opposite of what I say. Say. Or, yeah, okay, that is the hardest. Wacha tuiache nyuma. Say what I say, but you do the opposite. You say what I say, but you do the opposite. So if I say jump right, what do you say? But you jump left. There are people here who are very good. Let's see if we can do that in practice. Jump left. Nani amegonga mwingine? Jump right. Haya, the final bit as the moderator comes to take the podium. You say the opposite, but you do the correct thing. Say the opposite, but you do what I tell you to do. Jump backwards. People are standing. Final bit of this instruction. Say the opposite of what I say, but you do what I tell you to do. Jump right. Jump backwards. I can now hand over to the moderator. Is the moderator here? Yes, please. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for that. As we try to settle, because I see we are in the mood of trying to wake up and be in the mood. And now we are talking about tax in this panel. And before we start, I want us to remind ourselves some very important words that guide the Kenya Revenue Authority. How many of you know the motto of the KRA? Yes? Turn to your neighbor and tell them, tulipe ushuru, tujitegemee. I can't hear you. It's because you don't pay tax. You know, the guys here relate. So the guys on this end, turn to your neighbor, tell them, tulipe ushuru, tujitegemee. Yeah, and then there's an exclamation mark there so that you know how serious it is. Thank you so much. We are entering into the final panel of the day today. And my name is John Muasa. I am a student here at KU. And our final panel today is on an analysis of the nexus between tax policies implemented by the executive and the realization of socioeconomic rights. So in very simple terms, we are talking about how tax policy affects socioeconomic rights. And I'm joined by a very, very, very learned panel. Yes, so I think I can introduce you guys, yes? I've been given a very serious bio here, and I think now, just the other day being Women's Day, I think I'll start at the center with Miss Karen. And Ms. Karen Koech is an advocate of the High Court of Kenya and also holds the qualification of Certified Secretary. She's interested in advancing human rights, promoting corporate governance, and engaging in public interest litigation. She serves as a director overseeing the research pillar at Center for Moots and Research Africa, and currently works as an associate at the firm of G&A Advocates LLP, where she specializes in commercial, tax, intellectual property, and dispute resolution matters. So you've heard that? Yeah, lovely. And then I'll move on to my far right. We have Mr. John Kinuthia, who is John is a senior program officer. Fun fact, we share a name. So we have two Johns on the panel here. He's a senior program officer at the International Budget Partnership Kenya, and he has worked in the public finance space for over 10 years. He leads IBP's Kenya pragmatic work that is implemented at county and national government level, and is part of the team that works to promote budget transparency, inclusion, and equity on how the government raises and spends public resources in Kenya. So, in short, John is responsible for telling us how government uses your tax. Although you are not paying tax as much, but you are still paying something. So he will give us insights into that. And finally, we have Mr. Joshua Malizo Nyawa, who I must confess at this point, I think you don't know me, but I know you. I have known you for a very long time now, since I was a young student. I have read your works. I also follow you on Twitter. Those of you who are on Twitter, you might have seen Joshua there. Joshua Malizo Nyawa is a litigation counsel for the rule of law and good governance at Katiba Institute. He is a reader in constitutional law, comparative constitutional law, human rights law, elections law, and the broader spectrum of public law. He holds an LLM in human rights and democratization in Africa from the Center of Human Rights, University of Pretoria, an LLB degree from the Moi University School of Law, and a postgraduate diploma in law from the Kenya School of Law. So that is our panel, and as for me, I'm just happy to be here. So, I am very happy to be here, to be basking in all of this wisdom. So I think we can probably now kickstart the panel, and I will start with you, Joshua, as we try and set the stage and contextualize the topic we have today on the nexus between tax policies and implemented by the executive and their effect on socioeconomic rights. So you could probably, in broad terms, just give us your thoughts on what the topic is about, and just generally, and a smooth dive into the topic itself as we start.
Thank you so much, John. Yes. First of all, thank you so much for this topic, because mostly the topic of tax, people associate it with experts, and sometimes people forget that it has huge implications on our day-to-day lives. So I think that this is a timely discussion, because so tax is the lifeblood of any government. So whether we like it or not, tax will always be there, and we will always be taxed. But there are two key principles. That firstly, there should be no taxation without representation, and secondly, there should be no taxation without consent. For the representation, it involves the inclusion of parliament, while for consent, it includes the participation of the people directly in facilitating these tax policies. In Kenya, if you look at Article 10 and Article 201, they lay a basis for our taxes. They lay the principles that need to be followed. So where a tax is not equitable, or where there is the possibility of a regressive tax, it will have a huge impact on the rights. And as we go forward, I know that this is something that we will be speaking about. So in generally, there is a clear link between human rights and taxation. And when it comes to socioeconomic rights, tax can fund the socioeconomic rights, and also tax can prevent us from realizing the socioeconomic rights. For instance, if there is a VAT that is at a fixed rate, whereas I, who earns, let's say, 50,000 Kenyan shilling, can go and buy the unga, the mama mboga there who earns 2,000 will be prevented from buying that packet of unga. So tax, it can help you get the rights through the government, and it can also prevent you on an individual basis from realizing the rights.
I believe this is a very timely topic, as Joshua here has said, because tax is a hot topic in Kenya. Our president has been dubbed Zakayo. So it's a really hot topic, and it's just an analysis of the balance between taxation and human rights, and we have chosen the most controversial rights, especially the Constitution and also from case law around the world, mostly South Africa and Kenya. Social economic rights are a very controversial right to implement. So it will be an interesting discussion of balancing between taxes and social economic rights. And I'm looking forward to the discussions we'll have.
Thanks. I think, for me, the conversation of taxes is as old as governments themselves. Whatever history you read, you guys are lawyers, so I'm sure you read a lot of history. But when you think about governments, whether it's the days of the Romans, even Jesus said we should pay. But that's how old taxes are. But even as you come into the history of Kenya and kind of where we came from, even during the colonial times, taxes were always an issue. From the days of our colonial masters who used to tax windows, because how many windows your house had kind of was an indication of how big your house was and how much you could pay in taxes. When they came to Kenya, they said, you guys don't have windows. So we are going to see that little round house of yours and how many that houses are in your compound. We'll call it a hat tax. So taxes have always been part and parcel of life. And I think for us today is really trying to connect that history of taxes and very granular level at which citizens experience it. And for me, a key area of focus is basically looking also at the processes at which we arrive at these taxes. We often say that, a decision, no matter how good it is, if the process by which that decision is arrived at is not seen to be fair, then as well that decision can be seen to be legitimate. The lawyers are here, maybe I should not be saying some of these things. But basically, looking also at processes for me is also a really important part. And making sure we don't divorce taxes and expenditure, because those two things go together. So as we talk about the realization of those socioeconomic rights, is really seeing how we connect taxes and expenditure continuously as we reflect on them.
Thank you so much for that introduction from all the three panelists. And all the panelists I've talked about have placed the topic in the context of Kenya. Now, we do have a national tax policy that guides how tax will be collected in the country. And that all of you have talked about human rights and taxation, process and substance. And that leads me to the next question, which is, as we talk about socioeconomic rights and tax policy, so how better can government come up with this policy in both process and substance, or what alternative measures can, or rather what alternative strategies can be used by government to ensure that even when government on one hand is trying to collect revenue, the measures it's trying to use as well as the substance of the tax laws are not on one hand burdening the citizens, or on the other hand violating the realization of socioeconomic rights. We can start with Joshua.
Thank you so much. Yeah, for me, I think that the balance was already struck in 2010 when Kenyans promulgated the 2010 Constitution. what we are facing is a problem of implementation. Because one, if you look at Article 10 and the nation values and principles, it speaks of the principles of equity, then it recognizes the marginalized people. If you go to Article 21, it speaks that the government is required to prioritize the vulnerable people. And if you go now to Chapter 12, which is on the public finance, and Article 201, it says that the taxation burden, it must be shared equally and fairly. So there is the principles of equity and fairness. This is to mean that the government should never shift the burden more to those who earn low or those who cannot afford it. And when you talk of diverse measures, for me, I think, if you remember in 2022, Uhuru's government issued a gazette notice that was exempting some Japanese from paying. Okay, so they were being granted, for the economists, they call it, is it a tax relief or a tax exemption or haven, yes. So they were being excluded without any justification. So if we need to talk of divergent means, it is, for me, it is to fix these loopholes such as the tax evasion, tax avoidance, and tax havens, okay? Because we think so much of attracting the multinational corporations, and while at it, we put more taxes on those who cannot afford them.
I also agree that it's an issue of implementation, because if it's laws we have, our constitution has been ranked one of the best in the world. But when you look at how Kenya is run and the way the constitution reflects directly on the people, it does not really show for what the drafters of the constitution really meant for Kenya to operate. And also in terms of tax, maybe an issue of contextualization as well. Most of our policies and laws are a copy-paste of other jurisdictions. And yeah, our constitution, as you all know, is a copy-paste of South Africa. So we do not really apply ourselves to the situation that is in Kenya to see, does this tax policy work for us? Does this solve the problems that Kenya has? So, for example, the hot issue of the finance bill and, of course, also the housing. If the implementation of policies from a presidential aspirant's manifesto, what is the process of coming up with this manifesto? And does voting and electing a president means that the manifesto has gone through a democratic process? Those are some of the issues to ponder to see, are these policies that are being implemented really a reflection of what the Kenyan populace is facing?
Thanks, and I'll start from the tax policy that you mentioned. So there are a couple of tax policies that move around. I don't know that all of them can be termed as policies, but just basically tax-related laws that we have to deal with. And I think one of the things that we tried to solve with the tax policy was the predictability of taxes. So when the government is coming up with taxes, there is need for them not to be a surprise to the population, because we're thinking of the population here in its widest definition, right? So you're thinking of businesses, you are thinking of people who are employed, you are thinking of people who run very small family-owned businesses, and you're thinking of those who are unemployed, but they are still affected by taxes like VAT. You are thinking of students, you are thinking basically of a very integrated population that has very different groups. So one of the things that the government has to do differently is to think about how do you make sure that taxes are predictable, so that I know in 2026, the government is thinking of introducing a tax that is going towards social health insurance, as an example. What that does is that it helps everyone in the population to either plan themselves in terms of the tax administration side, because I know And if there is need for discussion, if people are going to court, there is time for that democratic process to also happen. So for me, the predictability aspect of taxes is really important. And we learned a lot of it. We learned the importance of that last year with the finance bill, because in previous years, the finance bills that we've had were aiming to collect somewhere between 30 to 50 billion shillings additional. The finance bill of last year was trying to collect over 280 billion shillings. So you can see how the government accelerated the taxes they were going for. But this happened literally when that finance bill turned up in parliament, right? So you are really surprising your population, which creates a lot of confusion, and of course, as it went, even now, there are still elements of it that are in court. The secondly is that we have to design taxes that are alive to the fact that this is still a very poor country. Sometimes when we drive on the expressway and you can just see the tall buildings, sometimes everybody imagines that's what Nairobi is. But you drive 3 hours up the road to Tana River or to Mwingi, and you find a population that is very different from the one that is shown in adverts and shown in all these M-Pesa adverts and what have you of. You find very poor Kenyans. And the latest numbers from the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics shows you that almost 40% of our population is poor. So when you're designing taxes, you have to think of how you design taxes that are alive to the fact that you have a population that requires a slightly different mix of taxes. And you cannot apply, something that is very uniform to them. And that also means that you can design taxes that benefits that poor population. We've seen in some countries where the government has created a tax that is the one that goes into a certain social protection program. The US has tons of these ones. That's why the Republicans and the Democrats are always fighting. But I think our government can definitely be more innovative in thinking about taxes that are more alive to the fact that we still have a very poor population in this country. The last thing which I think is also really important as we think of this is that the aspect of tax transparency is also really important. As Joshua said, and he's absolutely correct, often when these conversations are happening, the expectation, and Salat is here and he will tell you, we get a letter from Parliament telling us we have this budget discussion. Can you come? Would like to hear. Does the KU School of Law get that letter? No. Right? So we still have that perception of taxes can only be understood by a certain cadre of people, which is not true. Because if I'm paying VAT, I know what my tokens have been over the last 5 years. And I know in the last 1 year, they've not been nice. And I know the reason for that is taxes, right? So I don't need to understand anything else apart from the fact that those taxes are affecting me in one way or the other. And so the government has to get very deliberate in communicating to the public on what are the implications of the taxes we are proposing. And again, think of the long term. If you're telling me in 2026 we are thinking of introducing a certain tax, tell me what the implication of that might be. To me, that I can understand it at my household level. But secondly, that transparency is consistent. You're not transparent today and tomorrow you are not transparent. And that is also consistent. But you're able to show how that impact will be on different sectors of the population. Let me give a simple example. When we measure the poverty rate in Kenya, we use monetary terms. There's a basket of things. So we say, can you buy? So we go to Salat and say, Salat, how much do you earn per day? Or how much can you afford this basket that has milk, bread, some fruits and whatever? So it's a very monetary one. But there's an additional one that is still done by the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics that includes things like, can you afford healthcare? Do you have access to information? So it has a couple of other things, 8 different variables. Guess which is the poorest cadre of the population? It's women aged between 35 to 59 years. Their poverty rate in that comprehensiveness one is 65%. So they might be able to afford food, but can they go to hospital? The answer becomes no. Now, when you look at the richest group, which is in this room, is actually men, young men between the ages of 18 to 34. Their poverty rate is somewhere in the lower 40s. So the difference between those two groups that live in the same society is almost 20 percentage points apart. So you need to be transparent and say, we're introducing this tax, which probably will target the population that is a bit more well off. But this is how it will protect those who are really struggling. So if I'm introducing a levy, I'm in Makueni County and I want to introduce a levy, and that levy is towards markets, who goes to the markets a lot? It's women. Most probably it's the women in that age group. So unless we are transparent enough to also speak about the impact of those taxes to this population, then also we are doing a disservice to the population, and it kind of gets then thrown into this aspect of only the technical accountants and economists can understand this. So for me, those are three things the government can think about when it comes to designing taxes that can help a bit for the society to progress.
Now that we are on this question of transparency, let's just use the example of the recent Finance Act. Parliament did call out for public participation. People came, they said, we want this, we don't want that. The Finance Act was very popularized among the populace. But now the question was, the bill still went through. So is it time to reconsider how we do public participation when it comes to tax matters, so that we are not just doing academic exercises where we call people to give comments and there is already a predetermined outcome of that bill? So probably Karen, you could start on that.
Thank you, Martha. In my opinion, it's a question of transparency, because in hindsight, the process of public participation for the finance bill was actually an academic exercise, so to speak, because we were already in debt, and this debt had to be paid. And the way that the debt has to be paid was by taxes being increased. So there was no way around it. So if transparency was put in the forefront, such that even as Kenyans are participating in deciding whether or not they want these policies to be implemented or this bill to go through, do they know the implications? Do they know the history? Because if there was some transparency such that they knew the reason these taxes are being introduced at this point in time in the country is because of the stage that we are in terms of the tax burdens that we have and the debt margins that are in the country, then probably Kenyans would make it will be a more informed participatory process, so to speak. So it boils down to still transparency and the state, the government and what's going on in the government versus what the citizens perceive as what's going on in the country. Then this would contribute to a more transparent process, and then there would be substantive participation, and that not just participation to tick a box under the Constitution.
Yes, I think that you are right, because at the Court of Appeal, like actually said that this 2023 Finance Act, it was the most popular act, and it was challenged on both the procedure and the merits. So it was for the first time that Kenyans were challenging the act both on the content and as well as the process. When we come to transparency and public participation, when Katiba Institute went to court, it challenged the act on three fronts. One, it said that there was no public participation, one. Two, even if there was public participation, the parliament cannot ignore or cannot fail to give consideration to what the people have said. And three, Katiba Institute said that when the window for public participation has closed, can this bill be amended during the third reading without going back to the people? Unfortunately, the High Court failed the people of Kenya because it said that if you have given your views, the parliament is not bound, is not necessarily bound by them. And by doing so, it opened a huge window for parliament to consider a public participation as just a formality. that we can be collected here in a room, then we express ourselves, but they can go ahead and deal with what they want. If you compare the decision on this Finance Act and the Odunga's decision of 2013 in Robert Gakuru, where they were challenging the finance bill of Kiambu County, Odunga said that whereas you are not bound by the views of the people, but the parliament or the county assembly must show that it gave due consideration to those views. So you can't just wake up and come and ignore the views of the people that you have collected. So I agree with Karen that the Constitution, it puts a lot of emphasis on transparency and public participation. But the problem that we have is that Parliament has refused to hear that language, that there is need for transparency. And the court, unfortunately, it has given the Parliament a long rope, like to run away with the matter.
So on the transparency aspect, I'll do a glass half full and glass half empty approach to it. Let me start with the empty so that I finish positively. So on the half empty side, I think our government has, for some reason, struggled to explain how deep in a hole we are, and the reason why it's being very aggressive with its taxation. You know, I think in the previous session, Salat spoke to how fast our debt has grown. But it also means that the Kulipa ni Matanga part has also been really steep, right? So if you're spending over 70 shillings of your 100 shillings that you collect on debt repayment, the president has been saying it, but he needs to come and say, this is where we are. This is the problem we are in. And unless we do this, this is the implication. I get confused on why the government has struggled to explain that straight out. But let's have a debate about, so what approach do we take to the Kulipa ni Matanga part? So that for me is one area where I feel the connection between the debt repayment challenges that we have and why the government has gone very aggressive in taxation is something that can be more transparent, rather than making it sound like we are trying to collect more money because we are trying to create jobs, we are trying to collect more money because we are trying to ensure there is a standard approach to that's not our headache. Our headache at this point is that we have to pay debt, and that debt has come with a lot of strings to it, because now we've gone back to the IMF. The IMF have said we'll help you stay afloat, but the following are our conditions. So I think being transparent with the population on where we are is not assuming that Kenyans will just be not understanding, right? So it's assuming that your population will at least have more information so that when we are debating the finance bill, at least all of us are on the same page. Because if we look at the fight around the housing levy, for example, and I absolutely don't want to start a discussion on it, but the whole discussion was just on, do we need houses, do we not need houses? But if you take that plus all the other taxes that were in the finance bill, you realize we were not having the correct conversation about what the intention of the finance bill was and why the government was trying to collect an additional 283 billion shillings at a given time. So for me, that's a useful one that we seemed to still not get very correctly. The second one is the fact that we had a lot of public participation around it, but I still think that the connection that needs to continuously be made by government between these were the proposals, these are the justifications, this is what the public said, and this is what we've done about it, right? And the answer, which for me is the useful part of the transparency, when you hold public participation, you can only have 4 answers. Number 1 is we've taken it up and we've implemented it. Number 2, we've seen it, we can't do anything about it now, we'll do it next time. Number 3, we've seen it, but we can't do anything about it, here is the reason why. And number 4, you just shut up about it and ignore it. Unfortunately, that 4th one seems to happen often. So I think that's an area where we still need to grow, glass half full side. Number 1, the finance bill was out on time. So by April 30th, we had the finance bill and we had 2 months to fight about it. So that's really good that the finance bill was out and made public, and you can see the kind of conversation it created in the country. For those of us who've worked in this space for more than 10 years, there is no time I remember where there's been that much debate about a public finance issue in this country than that time. So glass half full for me there. Number two, Parliament did something they don't normally do. If you look at the report from the Finance Committee, they listed all the organizations that made presentations and actually made an attempt to respond. Of course, they chose what to respond to. But that's something that has never been done by a parliamentary committee, where they specifically say Katiba Institute came, they asked for these two things, this is what we did about issue 1, issue 2, this is what we were not able to do. For me, I think that was something very progressive. I'm hoping they stick to it as we go forward. So for me, in a sense, that is something that I would say the glass half full and half empty side in terms of the transparency side on the finance bill last year.
Thank you for that. Now to shift gears a bit and to move to the population. Now, fellow taxpayers here, there appears to be a perception that taxes are only meant to be paid by the rich and those in formal employment. And that has been the unfortunate case for quite a long time. Because you go to an informal area, don't even go far, go Apa Ngara, people who are selling fruits, who are selling mtumba, that person will make an average of around 3,000 shillings in a day, probably in profits. They come there for like 22 days, that's around 60,000. Now, that income, compared with a person who is in formal employment, they receive the same income. The person in formal employment will be taxed heavily, and very heavily at this point, because the government is keeping on coming for pay slips all the time. So really, is it the government justified in trying to expand the revenue base so that we bring everyone in and we don't have a certain segment of the population carrying the burden for everyone else? And now when taxes now start hitting, when now the rain starts hitting us, it's when people now realize, taxes are bad, it's not good. But all the while it's because you've not been paying what could be called so-and-so your fair share of taxes. Could start probably with Joshua on this side as we move to the other side.
I think that's a fair question, but a very hard question. Because, for instance, if you look at the housing levy, one of the grounds that it was challenged on, it was that it was fixed on those who are earning through pay slips, but not the other people or the other taxpayers. And the court agreed that the same, it was discriminatory. So one of the grounds why the housing levy was declared as unconstitutional because it was discriminatory, it did not also go to those who don't earn. But the problem it is, how do you impose such a levy to a person who does not have a pay slip? And that is one of the arguments that the respondents advanced, and I feel them because they will have to come up with a different name then to fix it now, maybe in the VAT, to increase the VAT or to increase on the licenses. But I think that there can be other means where the tax burden is shared equally, so that no a certain group feels that they are carrying the burden of the entire population. But the problem, according to me, I think it is the how that this can be done.
I also agree with Joshua that this is an issue of tax administration that can be quite difficult, because you see, if I have a pay slip, it's quite easy for KRA to just come and say we are taking a certain percentage of your pay. But someone who is selling mangoes across the road, probably making more than I'm making in my fancy job, escapes this policy, this levy, because the government has no way to then access their pay or to know how much they earn in a month, in a day. So I'd say that's an issue of tax administration. Maybe John can cover that because he's an expert in tax. Yeah, but I'll just say it's a tough balance in the issue of sharing the tax burden, because one would say it's an assumption, really, that someone who has an office job and earns a salary earns more than someone whose employment is not formal. But in some instances, it's true that someone in an office job, you can't compare with some probably conductor, might not be in the same income bracket as someone in the office, and then would say then, for equity to prevail, then it would make more sense if the person in an office then pays more tax, so that at the end of the day, there's equity. Probably there can be a diversification such that there's a equivalent to the housing levy. If they cannot really say we'll take a percentage of your salary, of your pay every month, then the government needs to be more creative in how it's going to be taxing individuals, because I've seen now there is the digital tax where influencers and all are subjected to tax. So as the economy evolves and as the way in which people make money, for example, there can be transaction costs where if a policy that transactions are done online or digitally, so that they are able to track everyone in the economy, something creative. But as at now, as Joshua said, that is a very tricky question, because then it begs the question, how will the government be able to track everyone's income so that we are able to all shoulder the tax burden?
So the government, of course, has a responsibility to figure out how to collect taxes from the whole population. But for Kenya, it gets a bit complicated, or complex, not complicated, a bit complex, because you have a very huge portion of the economy that is informal. So when you have an informal economy, then you are constantly doing the mathematics of, is the cost of collecting that tax value for money to the money you'll actually collect, which I think is something that KRA has been trying to figure out, with the turnover tax and what have you. So they are trying, but the question is whether they are keeping pace also with how the informality of the economy is also evolving, because people have moved from just the guy at Ngara selling mangoes, and the guy in Ngara selling mangoes is now on TikTok advertising his mangoes, and the mangoes are picked by Anduthi guy who takes it to the next house. So you will not find him at Ngara. They just trained, 1,000 officers to move around. Now, how do you get the TikTok guy, right? So I think the government has to be, as Karen is saying, the government has to be very creative in an economy, in a KRA that is set up to collect taxes in a very formal economy. How do you take care of the informal side? Because that's where the government now keeps running into challenges. But the informality also is the fact that many of these businesses in the informal sector also have a very short shelf life. If you think of the COVID period, there's a report that was done by the World Bank that showed that a third of family-owned businesses closed down during COVID and never came back. Right? So again, when you're thinking about your taxation and the systems you set up to collect from the informal system, then you're thinking of things like those, which I think is where, as Karen said correctly, is thinking of how do you have the ambition, but also be realistic about what it will take to collect money from that economy. Because even if you keep going for the salaried people, eventually you will hit the top of the curve and it will plateau out. Right? So you will not be able to collect any more. And you guys must have had, in the last couple of months, a lot of conversation of, the government is missing its targets, despite the fact that this finance bill was bulldozed through parliament and it passed well and good. But you see, it doesn't always lead to more money. So the government has to be very creative on that. But there's something I want to demystify here, which is the fact that, all these rich people pay taxes. It's not true. There's something that the National Treasury releases. I give the National Treasury credit on putting out some of these reports. So there's a report they do annually that is called a tax expenditure report, which is basically a report about tax exemptions. In 2022, the tax exemptions, I think, were 396 billion shillings. Now, who do you think is getting those tax exemptions? Not Riverside, what is that place? The mall in Kiambu. It's Two Rivers. Two Rivers is a special economic zone. What does that mean? right? There are certain taxes they are not paying, right? Should Two Rivers really be exempted from taxes, right? So you have both sides of society actually getting away with not paying taxes. And one of the things that will be really useful, even as we all continue engaging with government on the issues of taxes, is to ask, why is it that Two Rivers or the other economic special, there's one in Naivasha, and the people who are there are not poor, it's people who can actually pay taxes. And the argument that you need to give businesses tax exemptions for them to come invest is not very true. There's a report that was done in 2011, I think, or 2012, back in the day. And that report was looking at the competition between East African countries to cut taxes to attract businesses. And it had a very interesting theme because it was called a race to the bottom. And the thing that report found, which was for me the most useful finding in that report, was that when it comes to businesses and what they care about coming into a country, taxes was quite low in the list. Energy was number 1, issue of infrastructure was number 2, taxes ilikuwa uko chini. So this argument of you need special economic zones to exempt the rich from paying taxes and no. So we have challenges on both sides, on the exemption side, but also how do you tax the informal side of the economy?
Thank you for that demystification. And now probably could just rewind a bit to the debt question, which is principally probably why we are here, where we're having so many taxes coming in to sort of like now pay up for that debt. So is it high time that we have human rights impact assessments on the effects of debt? Because the more you take debt, there will soon be a ripple effect on human rights because debt is our first charge on a consolidated fund. And when that happens, it means there is no, or rather there won't be adequate money to realize some of these rights. So do you think it's high time that we have human rights impact assessments incorporated into borrowing by the national government? Maybe Karen, you can start on that.
Actually, I think so. That would be one of the models that can be employed to avoid the situation that we're having now. I know South Africa have social impact assessments where they have citizen dialogues and they're able to say how taxes are impacting them and contribute to how tax designs can be implemented by the government. So I think that would be in theory and on paper a good idea, but I am still hesitant as to whether we have the correct government infrastructure or the way the government of Kenya is set up so that we are not in a position where we are copy-pasting once again we have an ideal principle such like public participation. In the constitution it's very shiny, public participation, but when we come to the ground almost it's been more than 10 years later, we have still not been able to crack it. So for me, it all boils down to goodwill and transparency so that we are able to crack what really is the problem and what is the best solution for Kenyans. So on paper, on paper it's shiny and a very good idea, but is there goodwill, is there proper infrastructure to do it, and can it be continuous? Because the policies in Kenya move from manifesto to manifesto, government to government, and there's no continuity. So I would question such an idea based on how far we've been able to implement the great ideas that are out there.
Thank you. So for me, I think that Kenyans are brave people and very wise people. Because if you look at the Constitution, they realize that public borrowing and debts, it will affect them. Then they trusted Parliament to be checking the rise of these public debts. If you look at the Public Finance and Management Act, I think it's section 50 or 51 thereabout, Parliament, it was expected to be set a ceiling saying that you can't go beyond this. And if you are going beyond this, then there must be a justification. So for me, I think that your human rights assessment, I think that it falls there. it is for Parliament to be considering those things that the CS has approached us. He wants us to extend this ceiling. Is it justifiable? But the mistake that Kenyans did is that they trusted too much Parliament. Now, Parliament is more of a clapping hands of the executive. It's more of an extension of the executive. So these important powers, then it fails. So the only body that should come in, it's the judiciary. But unfortunately, we will not be helped if the judiciary keeps on saying that these are policy issues or budget issues and that they should be fixed like politically. So yes, I think that we have that the human rights assessment test in our law, but unfortunately, the people who are tasked to do it cannot do it or have refused to do it.
So I like the idea of whether we can check the impact of debt, because if you think about what is happening to Kenya now, we are collecting more taxes to pay debt. So debt is basically deferred taxes, right? So we'll just tax you in future to pay that debt. And so we need to think of it in the same way we think of all the other revenue we have, on what is it being spent on. And the good thing is that the way our budget documents are structured, it's actually possible to see which areas we are spending, especially external debt. And I think that for me starts the very first opportunity of seeing where are we spending it, and are we spending the debt proceeds that we have equitably, right? So is it a case that that debt is only being spent in certain areas of the country, or is it being spent, because now we are all paying very equitably. When it comes to paying, everybody taxed. But is the spending and the accrued benefits of that debt also equitably spread across the country? And it's nice to say we're actually doing a research in our organization right now on that. And you can start guessing what the findings are on where we are spending that. So I think that's one thing we can do, and we have the information. There's somebody earlier who spoke about the value of open data, and I think one of the things that we have that can help us get to that is that. So it will be nice to see one of the law students do a research in that area, because it will definitely be a very interesting thing to look at. But secondly, and just building on the point that Joshua made, which is, we're not supposed to be doing a post-mortem, because the law actually has put in place something for us to actually anticipate what the impact might be. So every year we have a document we call the Medium-Term Debt Management Strategy paper that goes to Parliament. So that's why it starts falling apart. So it goes to Parliament. And the thing is that the most amazing thing about that document is that it doesn't just say we will borrow. It actually speaks to the potential mix of debt we can get and what the impact would be if we go with one route, we pick one choice versus the next choice. The question is why all of us are on Twitter with MPs complaining about debt. Well, these guys get this document, and they are supposed to be the ones, they actually have the power in law to approve it or to amend it before they approve it, right? So we already have something that helps us to anticipate what the impact might be. But Parliament has really not taken that role very, very seriously. And so the end result then is that we have a mix of debt that has very negative impacts, but at the same time, when it comes to how that debt was spent, then it's not something they paid attention to. And so the net effect then is we have the conversation we are having now on, do we know even what the impact of this debt has been on the lives of people, especially the underserved communities who really need services, who cannot afford private health care or private education. That money is supposed to benefit them. So we are having this conversation also because Parliament, I don't know, I feel like pull up their socks is not the right direction, because the law already gives them that power to do quite a lot.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Karen, you want to go on that point? Or I proceed to the next question? Okay. Then you've talked about the medium-term debt strategy. And looking at the one that was recently released, there is a whole draft of tax measures that we are supposed to be anticipating. And even by now, I think Finance Bill 2024 is already, you're supposed to be getting a draft very soon about it. And so there are new taxes that are proposed in that medium-term debt strategy. And so the question now is, what alternatives are there, or what strategies should the government try and implement so that even in as much as they want to collect revenue, we are able to strike a balance between collection of revenue and promotion of economic rights, and not just on the short term, but also in the long term. And probably to that, on the role of the parliamentarians, we might want to blame them. Okay, it's probably their fault, but then what role does politics play in all of this? Because government has really good experts who do very good research, present very well-reasoned documents, but then again, politics comes in. So we might be here talking every day about do this, do that, but then again, they go to the House. It's no longer about policy, it's about politics. So what alternatives do you think you can implement on that moving forward?
Thanks, and your description at the end is very correct. Everything we are discussing here is the annex of the conversation. So all the technical decisions that we prepare through all these budgeting documents that touch on taxes have to be approved by politicians. And politicians here, often when we discuss politicians, we think of the MPs, but also the MCA. You see that MCA in Kericho who cannot speak English? Or that MCA who believes they know everything even if they don't know anything. They are also in that bracket making decisions on our behalf. And we prepare documents in English for them. There's no Kalenjin finance bill in Kericho, right? So we are not meeting that MCA at the level where he or she is, right? So anyway, so our budget decisions are approved by politicians. And so it means then we are coming often to the conversation of what is it that we need to do differently with our political class. I think for me, one thing that needs definitely to be done differently by the political class is to get this conversation out of Nairobi. You see, the big public participation we are speaking about in the finance bill of last year was done at that Hilton Hotel near Mulolongo. You guys know that the junction out of JKIA, there's a new nice flashy hotel there. That's where the public participation was done. Mahali hata ukiingia unafanywa ile kitu ya security. It's very demoralizing. Assuming that that person we are speaking from Ngara will actually come there. So I think first of all, MPs need to play their representation role and take these conversations back to their constituencies. If you go to every constituency today, there's a very flashy new CDF office. Constituency office, right? Use those spaces to have the discussion. So as you said, when the draft is out, then they need to go back to those spaces and discuss it a bit more. Some of them put it like Wamushoba from Kiambu put it and said, I went near shops, I asked people what they want. No, not that. Do it properly, let people know what is being proposed, have a discussion with them, bring that conversation back to Parliament in a way that is a bit more structured, and it helps to make sense to the population on why certain decisions are being made, and that is something that I think Parliament can definitely do. CDF is a huge fund. Number two, I think there's still a lot of value for the government to be a bit more creative around taxes. For us, we seem to be fixed at it can be only pay, so the one on income tax. It can only be VAT. It can only be that one they tax beer and cigarettes, the excise duty one. Now they've included their lashes and the finance bill last year was really interesting to read. And it can, so we have a set of taxes that we seem to be fixed there. But if you look globally, countries have become very creative around how they do their taxation. So if you go to countries like Ghana, of their VAT, I think 2.5% of it is for their social health insurance. Them, they did not do an extra tax. They just said, this is how this tax is going to connect to the population. So that when you are coming to speak to that guy in Ngara and saying, I need you to pay taxes, you can make a very direct connection to what you're asking that person to pay and the services that they will actually get. So you can tell them, if you pay this tax, it's going to social health insurance, and this is the card. So you have an easier time to discuss this social contract conversation that lawyers always remind us about, that helps connect people to why they need to pay taxes. Otherwise, people will still go back to the same lawyers and say, can you help me plan my taxes? So you guys are part of the problem. And then I think the last one for me is also to think very closely about, so fine, you can try and collect all these taxes, but do you have the systems to collect them? And are those systems cumbersome to the population? When you tell me to pay taxes, and I have that Coca-Cola kiosk, and you're telling me every day there's a tax I'm supposed to remit, you see the problem already. I'll find every way not to pay that tax, because administratively it's very heavy. And that was one of the arguments that also went to court. So you're saying we collect it today, and in the evening, we have to have remitted it. And there's this gadget we are supposed to buy, I think it's called eTIMS, which again in my little kiosk, I'm supposed to, no, right? So the government has to think about the administration side of it, and whether this big informal side of the economy can actually afford it. So for me, those are some of the things I will throw in on how the government can think slightly differently.
For me, I'm heavy on what John said about, we are discussing the annex. I think there's a great problem, and forgive me if I'm always looking at the glass half empty, but I think there's a great problem in Kenya's democracy, and I think it's always hanging on a balance. I'm always surprised that we never reach rock bottom. Arguably, we were almost there before the stringent tax that were introduced, but yeah, here we are. I think, as Joshua had said earlier, the people who are tasked to do what they are supposed to do are not doing it, and Kenyans just do the bare minimum. They don't go an extra mile. So this question requires that, to answer this question requires that everyone tasked to do whatever they're supposed to do, be it politicians in parliament, be it KRA officials in their offices, goes an extra mile to look at really what the problem is and what the solutions are. And as we sit right now, I personally don't believe that we are at that level where we are all looking at the best interests of Kenya as a country and how best to get it to the next level. But to answer the question, the government needs to think extra and to be more creative with the taxes, and beyond taxes, also what else can be used to cushion the Kenyan people so that we are not always, we are in a better socioeconomic space or better welfare space, so that we are not always looking at the population as poor or always looking at Serikali's idea. So we can try maybe looking at agriculture. I know the government right now is big on that. See how they can support small farmers, education, see how people can be more educated, create more jobs, so that the economy is not always pegged on the government of the day, and that the government can be more, the economy can be more robust and not so much tied on the economics, the politics of the day. Also, the introduction of other taxes, as John had said, for example, on luxury items, on maybe assets, which I've seen are increasing, of course. And yeah, even environmental taxes, so big corporations who are emitting more substances harmful to the environment are taxed, so that there's a balance and taxes are not really stringent on Wanjiku.
Yeah, I think that I've said everything, but just to add one bit, I think that there is a trust deficit, and that's where the main problem lies. We don't trust the government to make a prudent use of the money or of the tax that we are giving them. For instance, since I started working, I've been deducted money for the NHIF. But I still need to take an insurance, because when I fall sick, you'll be told that NHIF does not work, or it only covers a certain amount of money. So I think that when we fix this trust, that when the government fixes the holes, and this includes like the corruption or the imprudent use of funds, then I think that it becomes very easy, or it will act as an incentive for Kenyans to accept to contribute more.
And now, as we wind up, saying we are running out of time, we talked about politicians, but then again, you see, politicians don't elect themselves. We are the ones that elect them, and Kenya has a very disproportionate ratio of registered taxpayers and registered voters. So where you find you have around 3 million registered taxpayers against around 19 million now registered voters. So even as you give your concluding remarks on this, is it now time we start reconsidering some of these things? Because it can't be that we are like 19.5 million of us who want to go and vote, but then again, it's only 3.5, or rather only 3 million of us that want to, that want to pay tax. And then all of us come back here again, we are now complaining when we are being taxed by these politicians that you other guys elected here. So what are your thoughts on that, even as you give your concluding remarks on the topic?
Okay, I think I'll go back to the trust deficit thing. That people are not incentive, okay, that's a big word. People don't have the incentive to pay taxes, or that they don't see the need. Although they want the roads, although they want all those services, but they still think that the government takes more than what it delivers. And then the tax that's being collected, it ends up in their pockets. So for me, the moment we'll fix that trust by ensuring that the laws are working, for instance, our chapter 6 is working, that you are not corrupt, then you are in office. Okay, that when you have taken money from the public, then we can go under the Assets and Recovery Agency, then we can take the money back to the people, then everyone will feel the need to pay the taxes. So yes, there are many voters than the registered taxpayers, because for me, I think it's the trust deficit that's lacking. And as I conclude, allow me, I should have done it earlier. I came with a colleague from Katiba, so she can say hi and wave. Yes, that's my colleague from Katiba Institute. Thank you so much.
Interesting question there. In addition to the trust deficit, I think, first of all, the Kenyan demographic is a difficult one to figure out. As we had already pointed out, there are more people in the informal economy, yet the tax is heavily on the formal economy, and the people in parliament who are representing the people, who are they really representing? Is it because there's this argument of Wanjiku. Wanjiku is the Kenyan, that's a Kenyan. But the people, even us in this room, really we are not representative of the real Kenyan. So I think there's a problem with joining the lines. Also there need to be a separation in the politics and how the country is run. There's a deep correlation between the politics of the day and how the executive functions. Let's not even talk about government appointments. So I just think there's a lot of dots in Kenya that do not meet, and then that leads to the convoluted problems that we are having. But just in conclusion, what I think we need is, at the end of the day, this is a balance. Taxes and socioeconomic rights is a thin balance to see how can the government be able to tax in an equitable, transparent manner and still be able to protect its population, if not majority of its population. It would require goodwill from Kenyans, probably start trusting more, but of course, we know why Kenyans don't trust the government. So it's trickling, it should trickle down from government. Show the people that we can trust you. We know there are countries like Sweden or the Netherlands where even half of your income is taxed, but you're happy to give the government your money because you know you're not paying for transport, or it's a negligible amount, housing is sorted. You know when you go to hospital, you're not going to be paying anything, then you'll be able to pay taxes. So it's not really a problem of the taxes, it's a problem of we are not seeing the taxes reflect in our lives. I'll pay taxes, but there's potholes all over. The public hospitals, which should be, in an ideal democracy, public institutions should be better than private institutions, and public institutions should have taken all the business. Private institutions should not be having any business. In a country like Kenya, private schools are better, private hospitals are better, and then it just creates a lack of trust, and then there is a lack of connection between my vote and my life after my vote. So nobody really cares. You give the vote to maybe the person you think you might benefit from personally, or someone who's going to give you that money at the time, because there's no reflection between your vote and your life you live after the vote, and there's no connection between my taxes, and there's no relationship between the money I put in for NSSF and NHIF and my actual retirement plan or my health care. So if we're able to start joining these dots, then I think we can heal the Kenyan democracy.
Thanks. Let me take a hypothetical approach to your question on the taxpayers and the voters. But I think even if we elected the best politicians, let's assume that Kenyans elected the best politicians we can find. It's still our responsibility to love our country but hold our government accountable. And so the in-between elections, for me, actually is usually really important as well, because that's where the points that Joshua and Karen have made really come to life. Are the tax policies that are being implemented and kind of put in place fair? That's a question of holding our elected politicians, because as we say, they are the ones making the decisions. So holding them accountable. And the good thing is that what we did with the 2010 Constitution is we completely opened up that space. And I would say, you would have to move around this world quite a bit to find as detailed a public finance space like the Kenyan one that has all these things. We can always discuss on how well they are working. But I think they provide a really good space for us as citizens to hold those politicians, no matter how bad they are or how good they are, that we have to constantly remind them that they are working on our behalf. So it's looking at the taxes and how they are being put in place, but taxes are collected to provide services. So I think the in-between, for me, regardless of how good the politicians you have, is a space you want to really occupy. And what the finance bill last year showed is that Kenyans can occupy that space. That for me was really good. All the anger on TV and on radio, my grandmother asking me when things will get cheap. Who even knew that my grandmother could ask that, right? So I think there's that space which we really need to occupy. But as we close, I think, for me, I still go back to the issue of the processes that we go through, because it's in the processes where democracy comes to life, right? No matter how good a tax policy we come up with, no matter how good a project we come up with, if the process by which we got there is not seen to be fair, the trust is gone, the ownership is out, and what you have then is a country where we are constantly having these fights either between political parties or between leaders and their citizens. You've had some MPs say now they can't go to their constituencies, right? Because no matter how a good decision they made in parliament, people are just like, we don't connect with the process by which you arrived at that decision. So I think, the conversation around taxes, and this is me encouraging all the lawyers in the room, that there is a huge space for law in public finance. I know there is law in tax and law in public finance. I think that's a space that can really benefit in the connection between the politics and taxes and public finance in general is really a huge, huge opportunity. Thank you, John.
Yeah, we can probably have a round of applause for the panel. Yeah, and I think, I don't think I have anything useful to add to that. Other than say, just end the way I started with that motto from KRA. So when you start paying taxes, because you'll never really run away from them, you'll go to employment, you'll pay tax, or whatever happens there. But it's important that you're having these conversations, and I want to thank the panelists for their insights during this conversation, and also for the committee of the All Kenyan Moot. can see the president is here for once again providing a platform where students are able to engage in these sorts of deliberations. Yeah, and I think it's been a really fruitful session. Thank you once more. And I think this is why we say goodbye. This is my first time doing this. So this is the point where we stand and go. Oh, okay. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Also,